Check, 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 check. Mic one, mic one.
2026 American Conference Academic Consortium Symposium. On behalf of all of us at Wichita State, we are thrilled to be hosting you this morning, and we've got a great couple of days of activities planned. This is going to be a lot of fun, and really looking forward to the conversations that are to follow. So, to kick us off this morning, as I mentioned, those of us at WSU, really happy to have you all here. And our president, Dr. Richard Muma, has joined us this morning. President Muma, who goes by Rick, was appointed the 15th president of WSU in May of 2021. Rick was born in Wichita, and he's served in numerous roles at Wichita State prior to being named president, starting as a faculty member. WSU has enjoyed unprecedented success under President Muma's leadership. Rick's steadfast commitment to the university's 3 strategic priorities has driven that advancement. Those priorities are an affordable and accessible education, a talent pipeline for businesses and industry, and increasing economic prosperity in Kansas and beyond. President Muma is also highly engaged in and supportive of WSU athletics and the American Conference Academic Consortium. I deeply appreciate his commitment to our student athletes and our program's competitive and academic success. Please join me in welcoming the president of Wichita State, Dr. Rick Muma.
Well, thanks, Clay, and welcome to Wichita State. Is this first time for many of you? Raise your hand if you've never been to Wichita State. Okay, almost every one of you. Well, we're really pleased to have you here and looking forward to this day and tomorrow in your conference. And on behalf of the board, all the presidents are on the board of the American Conference, and I want to just let you know how much we care about what you do, and particularly the consortium and then this symposium that is a part of it. And what's really special to me, and I think to all of you, is that it's focused around students' health and their mental health and just their activities, which is so important now, as you know, as athletics is really changing right before our eyes, almost on a daily basis. And then I also want to welcome Marshall Cho. He's the keynote speaker. He's been here before. You're going to be in for a treat to hear from him today about his perspective and kind of a non-traditional perspective and how that relates to what you all are doing. And I'd also like to thank Dr. Stolt, Clay, for putting this together. He's our faculty athletic representative, I'm sure many of you know. And he's been instrumental in a lot of things on our campus, but most importantly, connecting our faculty with athletics and the issues around that. And that's even more important now, more than ever, in terms of what we're having to do to invest in athletics, not only at our institution, but I'm sure your institutions as well. You probably met our athletic director, Kevin Saul, last night. He has also been instrumental in helping get this kicked off here, as well as the American Conference staff who are here and working on this project. So I wish you a successful meeting. We're looking forward to hearing more about what comes out of it today, and looking forward to continue to offer that shocker hospitality that we're known for. So welcome to campus, and have a good meeting, good rest of your day.
As Rick mentioned, we have a terrific keynote speaker to kick us off with this morning's session, Marshall Cho. Marshall Cho is a coach, an educator, and a community builder. He's been a passionate advocate of basketball throughout his decades-long professional career. His unconventional journey from South Korea to the U.S., then to Africa, and back again, has instilled in him a wealth of experiences and expertise across a range of diverse cultural backgrounds. Coach Cho has mentored athletes at the college, high school, and youth levels, and built bridges throughout the game of basketball, both on and off the court. He possesses an innate ability to bring together communities and is a unique trailblazer in his field, using his skills and relationships to develop thriving programs, inspire athletes globally, and heighten awareness of the basketball community, all while proudly representing his Korean American heritage. Coach Cho's coaching career has spanned the high school level to the World Select Team at the Nike Hoop Summit. This will be the fourth time that I've had the opportunity to hear Marshall speak. In each instance previously, I've been immensely impressed by his authenticity and his passion, not just for sport, but for impacting the lives of other people. We are honored to have as our keynote speaker, Marshall Cho. Please join me in welcoming Marshall to the podium.
Morning, everybody. Morning. How we doing? You got an instructor that uses this mic, so I'm gonna juggle a toggle here, a clipboard, and a mic. How we doing today? We good? Okay. It's an honor to be here today. This is my fourth time in Wichita, Kansas. So for the first timers, I am a veteran here. So I can maybe show you around maybe one block outside of campus. Although I've been told there's one side of the campus maybe I shouldn't walk towards than the other. But we can figure it out together if you guys have some free time later. Anytime I hear that bio that's read out, I get a little awkward. I saw the program yesterday, and I've been meaning to update my bio for a few years now. And anytime I read it, it rings non-traditional. And I don't know if Rick, the president here, meant to say that. Maybe he was revisiting my bio as well. And so hopefully the next hour, whatever I have to share with you all is a reminder that whatever path that you take, we always say as athletes, you hear the saying a lot, run your own race, right? So hopefully it's something that's encouraging to you, something that'll be relevant to what you're going through right now. Because, if I'm honest, I turned 50 years old next month. And I think I'm in many instances, similar situation as you, as trying to figure out the next step. So the adults in this room may know this, the constant learning or the adjustment, or as referred to earlier, just the ever-changing landscape of college athletics right now. I think for all of us, we're all in the same boat. So hopefully there's something that, as I'm sharing with you for the next day or two, getting to know some of your journeys and talking to you, that this could be a two-way transaction. As I'm saying, it's not going to be a transactional talk. All right, here we go. So this is my talk. A couple years ago, I've lost track, Jen. I don't know how long it's been, but I think it was a few years ago I came out to Wichita and gave a commencement speech. And here's a quote that I led off the speech with. And I think it's more relevant today, 2 years later, in your lives than when I gave it to the graduating students from this college 2 years ago. Think lightly of yourself and deeply of the world. So I'm a basketball coach by profession. I've stumbled onto it. I graduated from University of Oregon in 2000. I was a business major, about to embark on a journey or as a career as an accountant. And I had a job offer from Boeing. It was a safe and sound decision that I thought I had made. I was going to make some money, make sure that my parents, who were immigrants, we all immigrated from South Korea in 1986. I grew up on free and reduced lunch. And as an oldest of 3 children, I thought to myself, I'll go the safe route. I'll make my money. I'll provide for my family. I'll give back to my parents who sacrificed so much. And no one told me that if you had a C+ accounting and finance grade point average, that most of these accounting firms are not going to hire you. So even though I could talk a good game, as clearly I'm holding a mic now in front of you guys. I don't know how this happened, but I went through the interview processes and I got rejected from all the top accounting firms. And I was sitting in the career office at University of Oregon thinking to myself, what have I gotten myself into? I saw a brochure for a 2-year commitment to be a part of a cohort under a program called Teach for America. How many of you guys have heard of that organization on your campus? So I think they're still pretty prominent. And it's an organization that trains you for a 5-week window, like a boot camp. Many of you guys are used to training camps and boot camps of type. 5 weeks in the classroom, and then they send you off to school districts in need all over the country. So that right there, those are happier times. That's probably the fall of 2000, right in front of Central Park. I'm on the way left there. I think I'm 23 at the time. I look like I'm 17, probably a year older than some of the students that I had. This is one of dozens of field trips I took with my students that first year as a 7th grade math teacher in the South Bronx. I couldn't believe my good fortune. These students in the South Bronx, Puerto Rican, Dominican, a lot of Hondurans, Guatemalans, and African American students, they changed my worldview. And I look back on this photo with so much fondness and gratitude and think this is where my coaching career began. Not as a coach, but as an educator. And an educator in just one of the most difficult circumstances I could imagine. The young lady in the middle there wearing the Chicago Bulls shirt. Can I get this pointer to work, Dr. Kim? What do you think? Nope. Failed on that one. Is it this one? Nope. Oh, there it goes. Right there. That's Lachey Fuller. Lachey and her best friend Lynette Bermudez, very similar to how I'm kicking off this talk this morning, a little nervous, a little jittery. I was holding a clipboard like this, my very first time taking attendance in the fall of 2000. And imagine I had just graduated. I have like 32 students and like 26 desks and chairs. And I walk into a room like this, packed to the brim, first-year teacher, and there's students standing in the back, and I'm like, I gotta call the front desk, and I gotta get an extra chair, whatever. And they're asking me to go on with the class. I'm taking attendance. And right about halfway through, Lachey Fuller, yeah, so that would be letter F. So I butchered like the first 7 names. Okay, I've never been in like a room with Puerto Ricans and Dominicans before, so I'm butchering their names. I'm going through the attendance, and Lachey and her best friend Lynette, they're sitting about right there where these 2 ladies are. And it's as if like this talk right now. They stand in the middle of the talk, middle of myself taking attendance, and they're like, oh hell no, not this guy. And they stand up, and they start walking out the classroom. I've just begun my teaching career. I am literally 5 minutes into my career. And when I tell you I'm an immigrant, came in 1986, knowing myself, I grew up in a school and going to school with 60 other student classmates. And if any of you know about Korean culture or East Asian culture, the teachers are one of the most revered professions in the country. And I had deeply ingrained in my heart and my mind that you don't disrespect the teacher. Yeah, you're nodding like, yeah, you don't do that, right? Had my clipboard, and I don't know what got over me. Excuse me for a minute. I took the clipboard, and it just something clicked. I just slammed the clipboard in the middle of the attendance taking. The 2 girls are walking out. They stop, look over at me, and they start walking backwards and sitting down. And they were like, all right, let's find out what this guy's about. And I promise you, I've been coaching for 20 years. I've been in pretty intense situations, and I've only broken 2 clipboards in my entire coaching career. And here I am, 5 minutes into the talk, and I'm holding a broken clipboard. And I set that aside, and I go, oh my gosh, what am I gonna do? These kids are gonna just, they're checked out on me, I think, right? So I start off a little bumpy, a little rocky. And fortunately for me, there was a veteran teacher, and I write this down for the note takers. In my 10 years of involvement with USA Basketball, the head coach, Don Showalter, would always say to these future NBA players 3 things about success. And he would say, number 1, success doesn't happen in a vacuum. Success does not happen in a vacuum. You need help along the way. We've all heard the term families, village, all that stuff, right? Doesn't happen in a vacuum. Success is hard. It's hard to achieve. If it was easy, anyone would be a Division I athlete, like those of you in this room. You know how hard it's been to even get to this point. And number 3, success takes time. And so that first part about success doesn't happen in a vacuum. There was Mr. Hernandez, who was a licensed doctor from the Dominican Republic. He had just moved to the South Bronx a year or 2 before. His medical license hadn't transferred over. And lucky for me, he was a 7th grade science teacher at IS 183, Paul Robeson Intermediate School, where I was the first year 7th grade math teacher. And Mr. Hernandez took me under his wings. I had that awkward beginning on a Monday morning. Friday afternoon, Mr. Hernandez says, hey man, get in the car with me. And I'll still remember his tan Nissan Maxima. We get in the car, and he starts driving out the neighborhood. Similar to what I was telling you about being on Wichita State campus. Now we're out. We're out in Wichita somewhere. Okay, so we are in the heart of South Bronx, and he shows me how he starts doing home visits. Okay, you guys know what a home visit is? Like, have you ever had one of your teachers show up, like at your door on a Saturday morning? Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Yeah. Okay, so this man goes around, does 3 or 4 home visits, introduces himself to the family. Hey, I'm Dr. Fernandez. I'm going to be your son's, science teacher this year. And I'm riding shotgun, and I'm like, oh, this is it. This is how I'm going to get him. So that very next morning, I'm living in Central Harlem. I hop on the 2 train, get off at 138th and Morris Avenue, walk up the street to the housing projects close to the neighborhood where Lachey Fuller lives. Are you guys following me? I get to Lachey's house. I ride up the elevator, housing projects. There's a slight, smell of urine. Everything is just, to me, it's crystal clear as if I had gone through it yesterday, but it's brand new, something completely out of my comfort zone. But I can't wait to try this out. So Saturday morning, it's like 9 o'clock. Hello? Anybody home? Hello? Lachey opens the door. And she's just like, what is happening? She's immediately ready to shut the door in my face. And I'm like, hey, hello, I'm here. Hey, Lachey, what's going on? And in the back, it's Lachey's grandmother. What's going on out there? Who's out there? Who's at the door? I'm like, hey, Mr. Cho, I'm Lachey's math teacher. She reluctantly opens the door. I go into the living room. Grandma was in there making breakfast. And I tell her about how Lachey and Lynette were going to walk out of my classroom to start the year. And I sit down. Grandma takes out the biggest Bible I've ever seen in my life, thump on the coffee table, opens up a few verses, and she's like, hey, remember what we said about, Lachey, remember what we said about, being great, being obedient, all this stuff for the year. Long story short, there's Lachey. Probably my most prized possession out of my 3 years of teaching in the South Bronx. Lachey's brother Eric took this photo. You can see that she's not very pleased, and I'm beyond beside myself. This is great. This is a win. Monday morning, word gets out, or all throughout Monday, word gets out. You mess with Mr. Cho's classroom, he's going to show up at your door on Saturday morning. And I went in with a cohort of 10 other Teach for America teachers, and I'm going to say my 2 years are pretty smooth in comparison. And if as any of you guys know, you've done those 6 a.m. morning workouts and whatever, and you've had coaches setting the tone for the year. Well, there it was. I thought I won the day. I did a lot of I did a lot of classroom visits that year, because again, I thought to myself, hey, if I do this, you know, Mr. Cho, like he's going to show up, yeah. And what it started to do was it started to feed my ego, and I lost sight of that quote, right? Think lightly of yourself, deeply of the world. And I've had a chance to coach basketball all over the world, but my very first step out of college, like many of you guys are contemplating when you're seniors and you're trying to take that first step out, the South Bronx in Harlem was my world for 3 years. And what's amazing to me, I know you guys don't use this platform anymore called Facebook, okay? That's so yesterday. But this is year 2012. Lachey, we had lost contact, and thanks to, you know, social media, technology, whatever we called it back in 2012, she wrote me a message out of the blue. And for those of you in the back, hello, Mr. Cho, I hope all is well with you and yours. As for me, I'm great in college. I graduate next semester with a degree in criminology. I want to become a police officer. My family is good. We are all hanging in there. And then here it goes. I wanted to thank you because you were the only teacher to capitalize ever come to my house to make sure I stay on track with my education. I still think about that up until today. Thank you. There's no championship, no public glory that I could receive. And for the educators in here, you understand this. There's nothing that can top getting a message like this. And I think to myself, man, when am I going to get a TikTok message or a, you know, I'm not on TikTok. I draw the line, you know, TikTok. But I wonder about that a lot. And this is such a prized screenshot, really. And, you know, one of the things in my blue, I write back, and the last thing I say to, you know, do you still keep in touch with the other IS-183 kids? Ever see Lynette? Lynette's our partner in crime, right? The part about, for you all, as you lead in your own athletic programs, I think you've gotten here because so many people have poured into you. And oftentimes, in your own journeys, you get in your head, and it's all about what you're performing, what you're doing. And it was the same thing for me with being a teacher. What I learned, and here's the thing about the professors and the teachers and the administrators in here too. We always say, meet your players where they're at, right? Who I became in the course of these 3 years, and 3 years subsequent to that, or following that, in Harlem, I spent 6 years as an inner city middle school math teacher. And what it initially began as a home visit to make my job easier and my reputation bigger at the school, something shifted with every home visit. You know, even when I was telling you, you know, painting this picture of riding this elevator in a high-rise, you know, housing project, and having a slight, you know, stench of urine in the elevator, like I hesitate with that, right? Because it paints a picture of the inner city, you know, struggle and all that. But I chose to share that because it is a memory that is so fresh in my mind. It is something that was so out of my comfort zone. And with each visit, when I went to visit, you know, one of my students who, in the morning, she hadn't had breakfast, she hadn't eaten the dinner before, you know, or I see another student who's taking care of all her younger siblings. What had started to happen was I started to change, and I started to understand where they were coming from, so that when they were sitting in my classroom, knowing that a lot of them hadn't actually even left the bubble of the South Bronx, when public transportation in New York City is right there, and access to all the money, the connections, and network, and people who could change their lives were just a 10-minute subway train away, right? And so this was a foundation that reminded me, again, we talk about the world that you're living in right now. Part of being an educator, or part of being a leader and being up front is the person that you become, and as you get to meet the people that you're in charge of, meeting them where they're at. We all agree, we can agree to that? We got some head nodding here? Yeah? Okay. Well, I'm going to keep going. Let's see what happens next. This is the second part of my talk. How am I doing? 15 minutes in. Okay, we're doing all right. It was mentioned in my bio that, you know, I guess it's the top of my current profession. I'm currently homeless high school coach. I used to be the head coach at Lake Oswego High School in the suburbs of Portland, Oregon. I did that for 8 years. I stepped away about 3 years ago to start my own venture. And one of the things that I got to do was become the Nike Hoop Summit head coach for the last 2 years. This past year, I was an assistant coach. And when I became the head coach, I shared this quote with 12 of the best players in the world. And the quote was this: "In every conceivable manner, the family is the link to our past and bridge to our future." So there's the team. This is last year. I'm in the middle holding the ball there. There's guys, let's see here. See if you guys, any of you guys play, any hoopers in here? Yeah? Okay, good. You guys recognize any of these players? Okay, so we got Tunde Yesufu, just played at Baylor. Sean Abayev, Cincinnati, he's transferring to Florida State. Talk about transfers. Bogi Markovich, second-round draft pick of the Bucks. Kyan Anthony, Carmelo Anthony's son, played at Syracuse. Okay, I could do that. That'll be another 10 minutes. So these are players, 12 players, a couple who are in the NBA now, a bunch of them who played high major basketball, and this is a team that I'm given a week to have 10 practices to play against a USA Basketball top 12 seniors in the country. So the players that I had the privilege of coaching against were names such as Darius Acuff at Arkansas, Cam Boozer at Duke, and AJ DeMonsa, BYU, right? We lost the game in overtime, but that's another story. One of the players I got to know, hailing from the great country of Benin, the first ever player from Benin to represent this game, is Tunde. Tunde's my guy.
Coach, I can outscore you any time of day, man. No, look. Let me see. Okay, look.
That's right.
Ah! It's your juju, It's your juju.
What's juju? What is that? Anybody want to? Do you all know what a juju is? Anybody? No, you don't. Do you guys know what's a juju? It's black magic. Yeah, my man. I'm as Asian American and Korean as can be. I just made that shot, one and done, one shot wonder, and my man is calling me. It's my black magic. Yeah, this is basketball for you guys. This dude averaged like 30 points a game in high school. His senior year was the all-time leading scorer in California. I averaged like 5. So like he scored in 3 games what I scored in the entirety of my senior year. But again, the lesson for all the athletes in here, one and done, right? Right? You leave when you're ahead? Yeah. I'm gonna talk trash to Tunde for the rest of his life. So Tunde grew up in the streets of Benin playing soccer. This is right before tip-off. We talk about meeting the students or players where they're at. He was juggling a basketball. Most coaches would say, hey, that's bad juju. But here we are messing around right before the game. But I shared that story, the link earlier. So what we were fortunate to do was we had an athletic trainer. His name is Sandy Sandago. He had been involved with the game since 2011. And he had this idea in the off season. 2 years prior, when I was a head coach, I had AJ Devonsa and VJ Edgecombe and all sorts of, it was the most heralded Nike Hoop Summit game ever. And I lost that game on public television by 20 points. There was a guy on the other team by the name of Cooper Flagg who decided that, yeah, he was going to take control of the game, and that was that. But one of the things that we talked about, Sandy and I, is that, look, we only get a week's worth of time to impact these men. What can we do that would give them a sense of connectedness and a sense of team that would be a symbol for who we are coming from all over the world? So Sandy had this idea. I have it with me right now as well. Every one of the coaches and the players received this little workers chain. You guys ever seen, chains such as this? You can, pull trailers and what have you with it. And so Sandy came up with 12 of these. And that's why the quote, the mind candy that I began the week with about the link, right, was significant.
Out this chain link, and everybody's wondering, why the heck is Jordan holding this? Well, it's a really cool story. Coach Cho gave me this link that it signifies something greater for this world team. It basically signifies one piece of a link for an entire chain. The chain given to him from the athletic trainer for the world team, Sandy Sandago. And Sandy basically said, look, we know this Team USA team was connected from generation to generation, but the world team had no connection. So we wanted this chain to be something to connect the teams from year to year.
Okay. So there's the chain. And so what we did was we brought out the 12 players who were sitting in the auditorium. We had them introduce them by their name and the country where they came from. And we gave them a list of all the players that had represented their country the years before. And Sandy was holding out this chain. And he has this simple question. And he said, which one of these links is the most important, as he was holding it up like this? Which one do you think of those is the most important? Yes, don't you know? What do you think? Yes. The one you're holding. Right. So what he would do was he would unlink it, hand it to a player, and give it to him. And what he said was the link that you are. Right? So the one that you're holding. If Sandy gave this to me, I'm holding this. I'm the important part of the link. Right? That's pretty good. What's your name? Bella, nice to meet you. Okay, that's extra credit. Okay. Dr. Kim will get you a prize or something. Ah, boy, this is going to get emotional. I was telling you guys how I was kicking around the soccer ball with Tunde, juggling the ball with them right before the tip-off. It was kind of getting our nerves out. We were down 2 with like 5 seconds to go. Tunde took the ball, and with the gumption that he's demonstrated all his life, went the length of the court, made a layup, sent the game to overtime. First overtime in the history of the game in like 30 years. I mean, this is a game like Dirk Nowitzki played in it, Jokic played in it, right? This is like the most historic game in high school basketball in the All-Star season, right? Postseason. We lost the game in overtime. I don't like to talk about it too much because it's still, you guys know, right? It bubbles up. And in the post-game locker room, as I was kicking the ball around with Tunde, I pitched this idea to him. I said, hey, one day I'm going to manifest this. One day I'm going to be in Benin with you after you've made the NBA, and we're going to run a camp together for all the future Tunde Yesifus of the world, of Benin. He's like, bet, coach. Yeah, let's do that. And I don't know what possessed me to go up to him right after we lost the game. I went up to the locker room, gave him a hug, and I said, hey, Tunde, this doesn't change the fact that I'm still coming to Benin with you. And in that moment, he broke down and cried on my shoulders. I mean, he had to. He cried on my shoulders. I still got the tears on my shoulder here. He cried on my shoulders and just let out, we both let out just the emotions. How many guys have cried after a game in your lives? Don't lie. How many guys have cried after a competition? You know what that is, to give everything you had and knowing that it's not just for you, but all the kids and the people that have gotten you there. Success doesn't happen in a vacuum. It didn't happen for Tunde. And in that moment, he just let out all this grief and emotions. And my saying, I'm still going to be with you at some point in your life. You're not getting rid of me because we're connected. We're linked for life. Gave me that moment with him. And then we had to go do a post-game press conference, which is the worst, right? Why did you lose this game? And you had to rehash it all over again. And I'm a native of Portland, Oregon. 80% of the media in there is local. So what I find in the 20 minutes on stage is that these people are just asking me questions because they're familiar with Coach Cho. And it's the same thing I learned from my years as a teacher. Ultimately, it's about the kids, right? And that's Dame Sarr to the left of me, a son of Senegalese immigrants to Italy. And he grows up in Italy, right? goes to Barcelona to play. So he speaks Italian, Spanish, and this past year he was a freshman at Duke. A son of Senegalese immigrants, and Tunde, an immigrant himself, right? He's a Benin American, really. And I turn all the questions back towards these guys. And what Tunde did on that stage with that mic in front of him, talking about Benin, and talking about where he came from, challenging the local journalists to study up on the country where he came from, because that's where majority of the world's cotton is produced. I didn't know that. I'm literally having a history lesson next to this young man. And when we left off the stage, I had people coming up to me in tears, emotions moved to tears, to say that was the most powerful post-game conference they've ever been a part of. And for the educators and the leaders in here, if we meet them where they're at, and we think about how we can be linked up, there are superpowers that we possess within us that will let people see what this endeavor that we're all engaged in is all about. This is the last one. See if I got this thing. I'm old now. I have to take my glasses off to read. 신이 모든 곳에 있을 수 없어. 엄마를 만들었다고 한다. 신이 모든 곳에 있을 수 없어. 엄마를 만들었다고 한다. I just said in Korean what it says here on the screen. They say that God created mothers because God can't be everywhere at once. We play 1988 as a K-drama. You guys know about K-drama, K-pop? Yeah, we're rolling right now. It's our time. Okay? I'm not gonna lie. I can't believe I'm quoting a K-drama line. Unbelievable. 2026, everybody. That's my mama. Her name is Ko Myung-ja, born in 1949, first of 7 children. 1949, to give you some perspective, 1950 to 1953 was the Korean War. So my mother was born in the island of Jeju, South Korea, a year before the war broke out. And my grandfather, if you guys know anything about East Asian culture, you know that sons are king and daughters are not kings, right? They're how would you say, like, the sons carry the names. And my mother was born as oldest of 7 to my grandfather, who was an orange farmer. And what he did was really something that I think about a lot in terms of legacy. That he had 5 daughters, 2 sons. He sent all 5 daughters to college. So my mom is not your normal daughter of that era. She holds some superpower of her own. This photo was right after I suffered a 20-point national team loss to Cooper Flag in USA basketball. And I remember this hug like yesterday. And a mother's embrace is something that, again, you can't put a price tag on. The non-traditional path that I got on, I was on a traditional path like many of you. 2012 to 2014, I was a director of basketball operations at University of Portland, and I was just starting my journey. And I was trying to be the next Brad Stevens or Shaka Smart. I wanted to be a head basketball coach. And the funny thing about Wichita, this being my 4th time here, is that when I started that journey, they would say, but then you'll end up at a random place like Wichita, Kansas, and coach at Wichita State for 2 years, and then you'll go somewhere else. And here I am, 14 years later, standing before you in Wichita, of all places. But I didn't get to take that journey of a typical Division I coach trying to climb the ranks, because my mom got diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer in my 2nd year on the coaching staff. It was December. I remember it like yesterday. And I had to deliver the news to my siblings who were living in New York at the time, call them up and say, hey, guys, mom has cancer. Stage 4, really advanced. When you see the scans, you see cancer cells all up and down my mother's body. And at that moment, all 3 of us, we stopped our lives. They moved back from New York. I left my college coaching, track. I got off the train track 6 months later. And for the 12 years following, up until October of last year, where she passed, she took chemotherapy treatments for every 3 weeks for 12 years. Every 3 weeks for 12 years, she fought that dreaded disease. And she made it to every single game that I coach at Lake Oswego, and she made it to these Hoop Summit games. Here we are. I think about all the doctors, all the research that went into it to extend her life. I think about this a lot. This is one of the many treatments that we went to. And the last game that she got to see me coach was that game that Tunde played and shot the game-tying layup. We sent it to overtime. And the last game that my mom saw, I still lost. Come on, man, that's not cool. I lost. But I'll never forget this. We're leaving, and this is towards the end of her journey, and the doctors told her, in your current condition, you probably shouldn't be at a gym with a large audience. I wouldn't recommend it. And so that was the last word of the doctor. We get into the car. I'm driving her home, and she says out loud, "I have to find a way to come see you coach. There's got to be a way for me to go get there, make it." And in that moment, I just lost it. And I could not fathom that a person who was going through the hardest thing in her life in that moment was not thinking of herself, but who? Her son. She did make it. I mean, she's a champ. She fought through, just like you saw in the picture previous. She's wearing her mask, and she showed up, got to see the game. We lost the game, and I'm giving her another post-game loss, post-game console. What is it? Like getting consoled by my mom for another loss. I'm 49, y'all, at the time. Talk about a mama's boy. Seriously. And she was thrilled that we competed and gave it our best. I think about you guys right now, and I've done a lot of talking. Normally, I try to engage a little bit more with the audience when I'm in situations such as this. But the topic that, whatever that generic title that we gave you, trying to be, transformational leaders, right, in a transactional world. I mean, the NIL stuff right now in college basketball is just doesn't make sense. And when we coach, when we're assigned to the Nike Hoop Summit game, or when I got to be a part of the USA Basketball Junior National Team, we would say this a lot. We want nothing from you. We want everything for you. How many guys have coaches who embodied this? How many guys have coaches who embody this for you? Okay, I know I got a room full of leaders in here. So that means, because I know you wouldn't BS me or not tell me the truth. So there's those of you in here who didn't raise your hand, and you're telling me you've never heard this message from your coaches that you spent every waking hour with. What does that say for us? What does that say for your bosses, the athletic directors who hire these coaches? If we can't say this for you, especially in this era, what are we doing? The service chain, you want to hold that for a second? What do you think? It's just a chain, yeah. There is nothing special to it, is there? Well, yeah, you're like, oh, no. She's like, I don't want it here. See, they don't want it even. You're holding that chain. You're afraid I'm going to put the mic in your hand next. What do you think? It's just a chain. How much do you think this thing cost? $20? Are you crazy? Heck no. See? Look. Huh? What do you think? How much does this cost, this thing? $1.48 at like Home Depot or right? Yeah, you can link up. The world fade the engraving world is like starting to fade. I have to like take my glasses off. It's crazy. I just had another game and in the locker room in the Moda Center where the Portland Trailblazers play. And it's the same speech I give to these future millionaires. I say, look, guys, you're going to have all the fancy things that the world can throw at you. But I do hope that you would hold on to some symbol that says you are a part of something bigger than yourself, that you got to be a part of something bigger. So when I go up to these players and say, you got to be one of 12 in a particular given year, representing your country and your heritage and your parents and honoring them with how you play, when you're driving your fancy car, eating at the fancy hotels, flying around in your PJs, I hope you remember this $1.49 piece of metal that you're linked to something that's bigger than you. How many seniors out of the student athletes here? Seniors, raise your hand. Yeah, your time's almost up. Are you applying for a 5th year waiver too? No, you're done. Okay. How many juniors in here? Great. Sophomores? Freshmen? Yeah. Oh my gosh, you're right. Are you classmates? No. What grade are you? You're a junior? See, this is what we need. A 선배 후배 situation. You know what a 선배 is? A 선배 후배. Say it back to me. 선배. Oh, 선배. 후배. Okay, 선배 in Korean, in colleges and school, you're the person who came before her. Hube is the person who comes after. You're her upperclassman, basically, is what I'm saying, right? She's your hube, she's your 선배, right? Success doesn't happen in a vacuum, right? You need the upperclassman who showed the way, right? But for those of you guys who are in here, you know, we got to spend some time together. That quote, I think about my mom, right? That quote, I think about my mom. First and foremost, the most selfless, transformational person that I've had in my life. And for each of you, if you haven't had the coach that would give that to you or a teacher, you didn't get here by yourself. And whatever time that you have for the next few days, as you sit in these panels, you get your mind thinking about what's next. I hope you can identify some of those people. And once you've done that, a couple of things. Number one, don't delay gratitude. I said this even in our commencement speech, I think. Don't delay gratitude. Send a note. This is essentially just a public service announcement. Call your mom. Call your mom and tell her you love her, because for those of us who have lost a parent, you know what it's like to not be able to do that. And I know that for 12 years, I've lost count of the times I've said I love you and thank you. And I will never regret where I am standing here today, holding this mic, instead of being a Division I head coach in some random state. That's not Wichita, okay? I don't regret this moment, not one bit, right? I'm going to end a little early. I think I wanted to leave a little bit of time, Clay, if that's okay, to have some Q&A. We'll have a little bit more interaction. But from the bottom of my heart, just thank you so much. I know you have a long day ahead of you. I was being a little bit antisocial yesterday when I I came to the social yesterday, but part of it was I want to just really observe you guys and see what's going on and take in the enthusiasm and the excitement that you guys all had, meeting new friends, new colleagues, new competitors. But I really do hope for the next 2 days, we'll get a chance to engage a little bit, maybe a sit down for any one of you guys. I try to do this everywhere I go. You know, coaches make the best thieves. 90% of the drills that I run in my practices or clinics, I didn't come up with on my own. And I've been really fortunate to have some of the best coaches in the world pour into me. And so it is my duty to give back in any kind of form or fashion if somebody coming up behind me asks. So that's my email, my website. It's pretty straightforward. 2 L's on the Marshall. Cho, not Chow. I got a lot of Marshall Chows growing up. People would put W's at the end of my name, but it is Cho, and it's an honor to be here with you all this morning. Thank you again for your time, and hope we get a chance to spend some time together here in the next few days. Thank you so much. Thank you. Anything else, Clay? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so we have just a little bit of time for some questions and answers. Since we're, okay, Annie's got a mic, so I'm just going to hand this back to Marshall. Would ask that you wait to get the mic because, again, we're streaming and we want the audiences to be able to see this too. So back to you.
Thank you.
Who has questions?
Yes. Look, you get that mic.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, I just had a quick question. I know you said success does not happen in the vacuum, you said?
Yeah.
Can you touch a little bit more on that and what that means?
Yeah. So first of all, that quote, success doesn't happen in a vacuum. It's hard to achieve. It takes time. That was from Don Showalter, who was a junior national team coach. And I used to be in a room like this when he was a junior national team coach. Jason Tatum was sitting there. Peyton Pritchard was sitting there. Jaylen Brown, just named all Celtics for some reason. Colin Sexton, Darius Garland, all these guys. And he would give these quotes. And it's amazing, like these NBA players, Coach Showalter would say, they would come up to him years later and say, hey, remember that quote you gave me? The success doesn't happen in a vacuum. I just learned it was a quote from Casey Kasem. Do you know who that is? No idea, right? Yeah, see, yeah. This is, hey, when we come back into this room at some other point, we need you all to intermingle a little bit, okay? This is like North Korea, South Korea over here, the DMZ zone, okay? I won't say which is which, okay? Casey Kasem used to be like a radio host, like, Ryan Seacrest. He was like the Ryan Seacrest of the 1920s or something, right? No, yeah, easy there, easy. Hey, what was Casey Kasem? What years? What era? 70s, okay? Your parents would know, okay? But let me try to answer that question. It just means you can't do it alone. You can't put yourself in a vacuum. And I think in this day and age of the mental health fight that all of you are going through, you got to get over yourself. I think that first quote, think lightly of yourself and deeply of the world. I think about that when I'm a coach. I take my craft of coaching very seriously, but I don't take myself seriously. I mean, if you saw photos of me at 5'8", hanging out with Mika Murinen, 7-footer from Finland, like this past week, like you would think it was like an episode of Shrek. Like it was Shrek and Donkey, like walking down. And so often, I'm the person walking behind the 7-footer, so they don't see me. So I see a lot of this. I see a lot of this, and then I just walk behind. And I think anytime I'm in those moments, I say, you know, Marshall, you're not that big of a deal, right? But the players are. But I think for you, think about the 3 people you talk to the most every day. You want to divulge that? You want to share? What? Do you mind? Yeah.
Thank you. My friend Hannah.
There you go. BFF. Okay.
And my mom.
Your mom. Yep.
And probably one of my roommates.
One of your roommates, right? The people that are in the foxhole with you, right? They have the most influence on you, right? So I have a 15-year-old son and a 13-year-old daughter, and the only thing I try to be mindful of, who are my kids hanging out with and spending the most time with, right? So yeah, I think for you, if you got those 3, maybe add 1 or 2 more, but then maybe even go deeper with your friend when the limited time that you have, right? So.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for that question. Casey Kasem, 1970s. Got it. Okay.
Hi, my question is...
What's your name?
Jordan.
Hi, Jordan. Can you stand up?
Oh, yes.
And introduce yourself. Tell us where you're from.
Hi, I'm Jordan Hunter. I'm I'm Memphis women's basketball. I'm a sophomore.
Okay.
And so my question was like, you said success takes time. So I think all of us talking yesterday, we're talking about how social media impacts us so much. So what advice could you give us to like just be like rooted in yourself and, you know, be patient with the success?
Yeah. This is almost unfair because I remember being in your shoes as a sophomore at University of Oregon, just about to go study abroad in Korea for my junior year. I just, it's funny how, again, the adults in this room could say, when I was looking back at that Facebook message between myself and Lachey, and when I look at that photo, I can't believe that was 25 years ago. So, you know, they say like the days are long, but the years are short. So you're lucky you're in the days stage of your life. Like it feels like you're never gonna get there because these days are so dang long. You have your morning practice, you got all your classes, you got your, right? You have just, there's not enough time in the day for the life you're living. I already know, I've seen it firsthand. The only perspective I can give you is that this time is so short, it's gonna go by like that, like that. See, the mic thing is throwing me off. I could just snap right away. And so I think just it's giving yourself grace. I think you said it earlier. Like how do you show patience for yourself, right? I think a lot of it comes down to the village that you surround yourself with. If there's anything that you take away from this talk, I think I keep coming back to like who are you linked with? Who are you spending the most amount of time with? Are you being intentional with that time? Are you trying to dig deeper into the people that are already like in your lives, right? The people that are, I don't want to say like on your plate is full and you're choosing what to put onto it, really ultimately at the end of the day. And so like how do you be more present and just think about, like take a step back, like you're off campus this weekend. This is a step back to go forward, right? I think just moments of retreat are always going to be significant. And the only thing I would say in terms of the testimony is that, you know, I didn't go into this too deep because again, I didn't want to cry in front of you all, but I'm still grieving the loss of my mother, and she was a significant person in my life. And when I think about my career as I was about to embark on all this crazy climb, that your head coach, right? You said Memphis women's team, right? She did that already, right? To get to where she is. He or she, I was assuming. She, right? I think about my journey, I go, I had to take a big old step back. I just got off altogether. And the life that I made off of this other track, prioritizing family, prioritizing presence, my bank account isn't what it would be of a Division I head coach, which is kind of a bummer. But the other things that I traded off for it, I wouldn't trade for the world. And I think ultimately, like, when it's all said and done, you know, holding somebody you love, holding her hand as she takes her last breath, like, I can't even tell you how clarifying it is for me to say to you, like, no matter what path you take, if you prioritize time spent with family, like, you won't have any regrets. So, you know, I think that's something more, to give you a deeper, more connected answer, I think I'd have to have more conversation with you and understand where you're coming from. Is there a representative from Memphis here? There you go, right? So and I think it's just talking it out with people who are in your life already, who've been there, and then, you know, really help you realize what you already possess within you. What's your name again?
Jordan.
Jordan.
Yes.
Nice to meet you. Thank you. Clay, maybe time for one more? One more.
Hi, I'm Michael. I'm a junior on the Temple golf team.
Awesome.
You said think lightly of yourself and deeply of the world. I just wanted some advice on how to think more lightly of yourself.
Michael, right?
Yeah.
Man. Well, first of all, you golf, man. That is like the sport. Like if you can't get over yourself after you shank that first drive, like golf is like the loudest sport for like when you make a mistake, I feel like. No? Am I lying? We can airball, right? We could trip over ourselves and bounce the ball off our feet. I think golf, like, yeah, golf is probably the most humbling sport of them all. It's not like that for you, Michael? You always hit the fairway? Yeah, man, that's a tough one. Can I tell you, I just been humbled enough in my life to know that I'm just not that serious. And so, like I told you that example of just always walking behind like somebody who's a foot taller than me and nobody looks at me, right? Or, you know, let me be frank. How many African American golfers do you think there are in Division I athletics?
Not that many.
Not that many. I would challenge you to find that statistic. Like, let's Google it right after this, right? You're participating in a sport where that you are in terms of representation matters. You're the man. Hey, give it up for Michael, everybody. There you go. There you go. I'm pumping you up. I'm pumping you up as you say, hey, how do I take myself not that seriously? Man, you're the man. You're it. You're him. But you know how hard it is. Do you guys know how many, have you ever seen an Asian American basketball coach? Am I your first? Am I the unicorn? Raise your hand if you've ever seen an Asian American basketball coach before. One? See, that's what I'm saying, right? So you know the other unicorn. Who is it? Oh, yeah. So what's the name of the coach? Lisa, right? So it's me and Lisa. That's it. Jokes aside, right? But so that question, again, I think, like Jordan's question earlier, like you're so in it, you didn't even think about that, right? And you step away, I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't see a lot of other black golfers on the course. Still, in 2026, right? So immediately, I think that gives you a sense of like, man, right now, we're not where we want to be. And I'm Michael, representing Temple University on the golf course. There are countless black kids in Philadelphia, right, who could be following your path, who need access to the country clubs, right, that you would sit in where business deals get done, right? So for me, I think that making light of your current situation, but also the fact that you're in that room holding the clubs, right, wearing your hat, and all the things that golfers do, right? What an amazing thing that you are there right now, and that you are here this morning, surrounded by other leaders who are going to empower you to be impactful for years to come. It's pretty awesome. Hey, give it up for Michael one more time, everybody. All right, we could do this all day. All right, thanks, Clay. Appreciate you.
Stay here, Marshall. Yeah, Marshall, thank you so much. Want to thank you for sharing your time, your insights, your experiences with us. Most of all, for thinking deeply of others. Have a little gift for you as we conclude.
Thank you so much.
How about one more round of applause for Marshall Cho? All right, everybody, we are going to move into a break. We have refreshments in the back. We will reconvene with our first grant presentation at 10 o'clock. We'll be talking about rising to the challenge. It's going to be really great. So take a few minutes. We'll see you back here at 10.
Okay, welcome back. Is it on? It is on, but you've got to get close. All right, we're happy. Where's my clipboard? Throw it down. Okay, I'm pleased. I'm Christy Krutzinger. I'm the faculty athletic representative from the University of North Texas, and it's my pleasure today to, it is my pleasure to introduce our team from UNT, my esteemed colleague, Dr. Trent Petrie. He is a professor in our psychology department, and he's also the director for our Center for Sports Psychology, and he has his PhD student, McKaylee Robertson, here with him today, and they're going to share their research on developing resilience. And no better way and no better person to share this. He's a former college athlete. He played men's volleyball at Ohio State University. And this morning when I was going to breakfast, I went downstairs, he was on the treadmill. When I went upstairs, he was still on the treadmill. When I came back down, he was still on the treadmill. He is the epitome of resilience. So welcome and thank you.
All right, everybody. Sorry my voice is going, but hopefully, as McKaylee said, wow, you sound so deep and, all that kind of stuff. My name is Trent Petrie. I'm very excited to be here. This is my third year in a row being able to be at the symposium, so this is really exciting. As Dr. Krutzinger said, McKaylee Robertson is with me. He is one of two doctoral students in our program who have been very involved in the development of the RISE program. He works with our UNT women's volleyball team as a sports psychology consultant, and our other person who's not named up there, but Brianna Wallace, she is our sports psychology consultant for our tennis team, who is down in Houston at Rice for the conference tournament. So go UNT down there. So we're very excited to be here to talk with you about resilience and our resilience training program. Before we get further on into it, I do want to say thank you to the FARS, thank you to the conference for supporting all the grants for all the recipients, but for us as well. We could not have done it without you. I know that sounds a very quaint way of saying it, but it's very true. We could not have done this program without your support, and so we're very thankful for you in that. All right, so I'm going to get us started, and McKaylee's got me on the clock. So as in a good basketball game, we may get the horn go off, and that's going to signify my time is up. And I'm going to hand it over to McKaylee for a bit, and then I'll come back at the end. While I am talking right now, McKaylee is going to be handing out to everybody at your table a one-page piece of paper. Please leave it face down. This is going to be an activity you're going to do partway through the program, so just leave it face down. We'll get to it. All you curious people, story about the cat, don't make it happen to you. All right, so here are our aims. First, we want to set the context. Why RISE? And when I use RISE, that really is to stand for our resilience training program. Then we want to tell you a little bit about what RISE is, so you can kind of have an understanding of the framework of it. Then we're going to get into how does RISE work? And in doing that, we're going to take you through the 4 sessions, not as we do when we run the program with our student athletes, but we want to give you a taste of some of the activities, some of the concepts that are introduced, so you can begin to understand what resilience is, how going through this might help you be more resilient, and then in the future, if you wanted to bring RISE to your schools, you'd have an idea of being able to talk about it. And then we're going to finish by talking a little bit about some of our preliminary research on the program. As we implement the program, we're also doing research on it because we want to be able to show its effectiveness or not. And that's part of what science is, right? So we want to share some of that with you as well. All right, let's jump into this. All right, why RISE? I think none of this is surprising to the student athletes in this room, that you are under a lot of stress, and the stressors just keep seeming to build. We thought in some ways that with NIL and payments, it would just make for this new nirvana, but with that has come its own set of stressors. People betting on you, people, social media DMing you with threats and all kinds of things. So we know that it's an incredibly stressful place to be a student athlete in this day and age. Performance demands, academic demands, relationships, if you've been injured, getting through that. So we know those stressors exist. Now, in thinking about that, we also know from a lot of our research that there are a lot of common outcomes associated with being in that stress. Research that we've done and presented a couple years ago from our mental health screening, but also the NCAA's annual or biannual surveys of tens of thousands of athletes, you are telling us that these are the things that you experience. You feel overwhelmed, you're having mental health concerns, anxiety and depression, body image. Sometimes you're feeling less confident, social isolation, loneliness. That's an epidemic in our whole country. Poor performance, feeling less healthy, not sleeping as well. So there's a lot of things going on in your lives that are then leading to and associated with these types of outcomes. So when we think about that, we think in terms of, well, how can we help? Are there structured things that we can be doing to provide student athletes with skills, tools, perspectives, et cetera, that might help them better cope with the reality of the hard that exists for you? The hard is not going to go away, but what we can do is try to help you better do that. So when we look at the psychological research and sports psychology literature, there are a lot of psychosocial interventions that have been shown to be effective. But one that really stands out, especially in the world of sport, is resilience. So let me ask you this. How many of you have heard the word resilience used by a coach, by yourself, by a sportscaster? Just so a show of hands, right? I mean, most everybody, right? Resilience is baked into the ethos of sport. We need to be more resilient. You guys need to be more resilient out there. Come on, let's keep going, right? So it is really part of what we know to be part of sport. And from that standpoint, we thought this would be a good entry point into providing some of the psychological tools and perspectives that can make a difference in student athletes' lives. So what is resilience? So what I want you to do is take 1 minute at your tables, come up with what you think resilience is, okay? Then we're going to share as a big group. So you got 1 minute to just come up and think about, when you think about resilience, what is it? What are the characteristics? How do you define it? What are the outcomes? Whatever you want to come up with. But each table will get a chance to share with us. All right. If we were working with you in the program, we'd give you more time on this to talk about it, but we have a 45-minute time slot today, and we're going to try to keep to that. So how about a few tables just give us 1 or 2 things that you came up with in your group that define resilience? How about this group? Yep. Yep. Okay. Pushing through adversity, getting through setbacks. Yeah.
I would say not having outside obstacles affects you when it comes to your sport.
Okay. So managing all those things that are coming at you in a way that keeps you focused, keeps you ready. Okay.
We said when you're faced with adversity and you overcome it with grit and perseverance.
Okay, yeah. Perseverance, right? That keep goingness. Yeah.
We said to learn from your failures.
Yeah. We are all going to fail, fall short at some point. So that ability to learn and then keep going, right? As opposed to keeping us down. Yeah. How about one more over there?
We just talked about like doing whatever you can regardless of the circumstance, and then being relentless.
Yeah. What was the last one?
Relentless.
Relentless. Yeah. So we've heard terms like relentless, persevering, gritty, pushing through adversity. I don't think we heard quite bounce back, but that kind of when we do fall down that we're able to bounce back up and keep going. Oh, did you guys have that over there? All right. Point for this table. Yeah, so those are great ways that we think about resilience, and I think we have a lot of commonality in how we think about resilience. So for us, there are 4 key dimensions that then allow us to do those types of things. And these are then baked into the RISE program. So first is learning to view stress as a challenge. We're going to get more into that. Being kind to yourself, because our typical approach often is criticism. Having a growth mindset, so to the person who said, when we fail, learning from that and moving forward, and being in the present moment. I think all of us as performers would say that one of the key things to performing well is being able to be fully present in the moment when it's happening. But we have lots of things, internal and external, that are pulling us out of that. Okay, so what is RISE? Let's move into that quickly. So RISE is a structured, standardized, manualized 4-session program. It's 1 hour each session, and we do it in person. I know, old school, but in person with 8 to 10 athletes. And we do that very purposefully because, again, part of what we're saying is happening to athletes is we're feeling isolated, we're not feeling connected. We want to get people in the same room together talking with each other. It's standardized in that we have a curriculum that we've designed that the facilitators use. So any athlete in this room, if you were to take this program to your school, you'd all get the same thing. There's also an athlete workbook. So as you go through the program, we're actually having you do things, write things out. We'll see here, create a story, and we actually have you write it. And the reason being is writing is an embodied process, meaning that you are engaged in it. And when we write, the learning is usually deeper and it's usually more meaningful. So that's why we have you do it. And we've created the program so it can be offered by different staff at different universities. So we could have career counselors, academic staff, sports psychologists, athletic trainers, etc. Because we didn't want it to be so specialized that only X person could do it. And we don't have X person at our school. So we've created it that way. Okay, we have 3 main goals in RISE. The first one is about shifting thoughts and perspectives. We want to help you think differently and see the world a little bit differently, particularly as it relates to stress and then also growth or the mindset. And we're going to get into that a little bit more. In that too, we're going to shift you into being mindfully present and kind to self as opposed to self-critical. And then also learning how to detach from those dysfunctional thoughts that we all have, because that takes us out of the present moment, and it is the present moment where we perform the best. The second main goal is about fostering connection. We want you to connect and gain support from others. We want you to develop a sense of belongingness, and we want you to understand you are not alone. One of the things we know in psychology very deeply is that most of us, when we've gone through hard things, we think nobody else can understand. And our response oftentimes is to pull into ourselves, to isolate from others, to keep it a secret and to not tell anybody. But the reality is that in doing that, we only worsen our state. And when we actually start to share, when we actually start to tell each other what we've gone through, we are almost always amazed at how many other people have gone through similar things. And it is through that that we gain a sense of connection. So going through this experience together helps athletes know that they're not alone in what their struggles are, and that we all go through very common things. And the last is to increase psychological well-being. We've seen in other research that athletes who report being more resilient also report less psychological distress and better able to cope. Okay, so now into what is RISE itself. There are 3 main dimensions or sets of psychological principles that we brought together to be the RISE program: belonging, synergistic mindset, and mindful self-compassion. I'm sure many of you are familiar with mindful self-compassion. It's, again, very baked into the ethos of sport these days. We have lots of athletes talking about doing mindful meditation, trying to be more self-compassionate. Maybe you've worked with your coaches or your sports psychologists at your schools doing some of those things. And a lot of existing resilience training programs are based on the principles of mindful self-compassion. It's great stuff. And so we tried to pull a lot of that into the program as well. But there's also been some really interesting work done in the social and developmental psychology area, particularly looking at at the academic world in terms of transition. So going from high school into college and looking at students who might typically have more challenges in making those transitions. So lower SES students, students of color who are going to a predominantly white institution where we have typically seen lots of dropout and things like that. And so social psychologists have been very interested, in particular David Yeager, he's at the University of Texas, in addressing those things. And they have come up with some very wonderful interventions in belonging and the synergistic mindset that we pulled from that area into the sports psychology world to help create resilience. Okay, so what we're going to do now is take you through the 4 sessions of the RISE program. I'm going to start with the first one, tell you a little bit about that, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mikhaili, who's going to take you through the rest of them. Unfortunately, again, I can feel the clock running down here. That we're not going to have anywhere near the kind of time we would, obviously, if we were spending an hour with each of you. But I'm hoping that by going through this, you'll get a taste of it a little bit and kind of begin to kind of understand how these things might actually play a role. So in session 1, we talk about belonging. Belonging is foundational, right? Belonging means that I feel like I am a part of things, that I should be here, that I deserve to be here. Now, one of the things that social psychologists have found is that when I have a stronger sense of belonging, I'm also better able to demonstrate my competence in whatever it is. So if I'm a student, it's in my classes. If it's an athlete, it's on my team and in my sport. And that's kind of a virtuous cycle. If I feel like I belong, I go to practice and I do more. And I show I'm pretty good. Then my teammates say, hey, that was great. And then I feel like I belong more. Then I show up the next day even more motivated, and it goes on and on and on. But when we don't feel like we belong, it's very hard to get into that virtuous cycle. So that first session of the RISE program really addresses that. We do that through this unique intervention called the belonging story. Unfortunately, too many of us have a narrative that goes something like, I don't belong, I'm not good enough, I've somehow been able to convince people to let me be here. Everybody else knows what they're doing but me, right? That if we have a narrative like that in any way at all, it's going to keep us from being resilient. It's going to keep us from continuing. So in the first session, we introduced to them the idea of the belonging story, which has 4 parts. First is struggle is normal. Now, in this day and age, again, that's not what's being communicated to us, especially on social media. It should be easy. Life should be good. Why aren't you smiling? You should be thin. You should be pretty. You should be rich. You should be on vacation. You should be, and if you're struggling, well, there is something wrong with you, right? But that's not life. Life is struggle. Life is hard. It's normal. We all go through it, right? And if we can change that narrative, that can be big. Part 2 is that change is possible. Oftentimes, too, we get stuck and we think, this will never change. This will never get better. And if we get stuck in that, unfortunately, okay, can I have 1 minute? All right, 1 minute. The gentleman from Texas asked for 1 minute. So change is possible. So we then believe that we can actually do something to affect change, so we get empowered. Then we move into the part 3, which is I can take action. We actually start to develop and ask athletes to think about what are the things that you could actually be doing? Who could you be connecting with? Who could you be getting help with? And writing that down. And then the snowball effect. And that is that once I keep doing this, it just keeps getting better. So these are excerpts from one of the belonging stories that the athletes have created. So you can kind of get an idea of what they're writing. So literally in the session, we will go through this and then they will write out a 4-paragraph belonging story for themselves. And doing that is an incredibly powerful thing to, again, put it in writing. But then it gets even better because then they get with another person in the session and they share it. So you and I are now talking about, and I'm sharing what my belonging story is. I'm sharing about my struggles. And that's, again, where we connect because all of a sudden you're saying the same kind of things. I'm like, you too? I didn't know that. And then we keep going from there. Now, it gets even better. In between sessions, they go out and we ask them to share it with a coach, share it with another teammate, share it with a family member, share it with somebody who maybe you know is struggling. And it's through the writing and then the sharing, that it really starts to shift that internal narrative. So now I go from, this shouldn't be hard, I shouldn't be here, why am I here, I can't be here, nobody wants me here, to, hey, this is normal. I'm going through a normal thing. I deserve to be here. There are things I can be doing. I'm going to start doing these things and connecting with people. And that is a huge shift, which again is an underpinning of resilience. Okay, with that said, I'm going to cede the floor.
Okay, hello everybody. So with those pieces of paper that everybody should have at their tables now, and they should be face down, but in a second, what we're gonna do is take a very quick math test. And what this does, right, is gonna test your overall cognitive processing ability. And so once you're done, right, you're gonna score your test, and then from everybody who's here, so from each school that's present, you're gonna be ranked on how well you did, and this information is gonna be then sent to the conference for review. So in 3 seconds, I'll give you a countdown, and you're gonna start. You have 1 minute, try to get as many as you can right. 3, 2, 1, go. Ten seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pins down, pins down, pins down, pins down. All right. Nice, nice, nice. All right. Awesome. So, okay, so before everybody starts to grade, right? Before everybody starts to get into grading, because I know we want to see how we did, and I'm really curious too to know, right? We're not going to grade these scores, right? We're gonna talk about it a little bit, but I know everybody did great. So I kind of want to hear some reactions from you all, from the audience, right? So if I can get maybe 2 or 3 volunteers to tell me, what did that feel like physically? Like, what did you feel in your body, right?
First
when
of all,
I told you we're taking a test. So I want to hear from 2 or 3 people.
I'm gonna say that was rude.
It was rude. I'm sorry about that. What do we got?
I was very anxious.
Very anxious?
Yeah,
Okay.
I felt butterflies in my stomach.
Yeah. Okay, anxious, butterflies. What's another one?
I was panicking, like doing the most basic stuff ever.
Yeah, panicking. Like you need a calculator for 3 plus 3. It's hard, right? Let's see, one more.
I agree with Baba because I spent maybe 15 seconds figuring out what 7 plus 5 was.
Right.
The first one.
Yeah. 7 plus 5. And so, and thankfully, I want to hear from everybody because I feel like just by a show of hands, right? Like, was that similar reactions for people? Right? Was anybody kind of breaking out the finger counting for things like that? Right? But right, I would love to get to everybody, but that's just kind of to show us, right? And no, these scores will not be sent to the conference, so that's a good thing, right? But what we're seeing with that is that what we just experienced, right? So panicking, butterflies in our stomach, overthinking, all of those things, right? That's our body's natural response to stress, right? It's our body's natural and normal response to stress, right? So when we experience that, it's really how we think about it and how we think about our ability in that moment that makes all the difference in our performance and our resilience over time. Okay, so in session 2 of our RISE program, what we really talk about is kind of this idea of how we respond to stress and also how we think about our ability. And it's what we call the synergistic mindset. So what is that? It's a big fancy term, right? Synergistic mindset. And it's really broken up into 2 different parts. We have ability beliefs and we have stress beliefs, right? So let's break down both of them. So ability beliefs have 2 different parts to them. You have what's called a fixed perspective and you have a growth perspective. So a fixed perspective, you can kind of think of this as kind of like your black or white thinking. Like, I'm either good at something or I'm not. I have the ability to do it or I can't. You either got it or you don't, right? Plain and simple. And it doesn't really matter how much hard work I put into something. I have a certain level of ability. It's not really going to change from there, right? But the flip side of that is the opposite, which is a growth perspective. That's when you think that, okay, hey, maybe I'm not there yet, but if I put in hard work, effort, and I have some persistence, that I can get better over time, that my ability can increase, right? Stress beliefs also has 2 sides to it. So one side of that is a stress is debilitating perspective. So this is just very similar to what we all experience right now, right? When you go through a stressful situation, you feel your body reacting to that, you think that this is bad, right? By a show of hands, when you felt nervous, did you think that that was a bad thing for you on the test? Kind of, right? And that sometimes that's a natural reaction, right? And that's that stress is debilitating belief when you think that, okay, this stress that I'm experiencing is going to hurt me rather than help me. Again, the flip side of that is stress is enhancing, right? So this is the belief that instead of hurting me, this stress is going to help me to perform at my best, right? You're thinking that, okay, this tension that I'm feeling, the butterflies in my stomach, this is my mind and my body preparing me to do something effortful and something that I care about, right? And it's really the combination of these two things, so ability beliefs and stress beliefs, that really matters in how we are resilient and how we perform under pressure. So let's kind of go through what each of these two look like together, and then we'll kind of see what it comes together for a synergistic mindset. So let's say you have a fixed perspective and then a stress is debilitating perspective. So in this instance, you think that, okay, like this situation's really hard and I don't feel capable and my stress response is gonna make it worse. So you kind of got like a double whammy there, right? You don't think that you can grow and get better, and you think that the stress response that you're having is gonna hurt you, okay? Now, if you move down, say you have a fixed perspective, but you think that, okay, stress is enhancing. Here you would think that, all right, I might be able to use my stress response as a resource, but it won't help me grow because my ability can't change. So on one hand, you think that, okay, like I'm not gonna get any better, but hey, maybe the stress that I feel can help me out a little bit, right? What we see with that, it's only one part of the equation. You're only getting half of it. All right, well, what if we had a growth perspective and then a stress is debilitating perspective? You're gonna think that, okay, I have the potential to grow from this challenge, but I'm worried that the stress that I have is gonna get in the way, right? So that, yeah, like maybe I can learn and grow, but I'm already at a deficit because I'm gonna feel that stress that's gonna get in the way of all of it. But what we really want is a growth perspective and a stress is enhancing perspective. That's where we create a synergistic mindset. And there you think, okay, I could grow from this challenge by using my stress responses as a resource for my development and for my performance, right? So with the growth perspective, you approach the situation with the mindset that like, hey, it doesn't matter what happens, I can grow and I can learn and I can get better from this. And then when you're actually in those stressful situations, like when some like rude presenter tells you to take a math test really quickly, right? You can think that, okay, the stress that I'm feeling right now is gonna help me to do better, right? It's the combination of these two, so not one or the other, but both together, that creates a synergistic mindset, right? Now the question from there becomes, all right, like what does that synergistic mindset actually help us to do? What does it show up for us? And so we can kind of take ourselves through a situation, right? So if you're experiencing something, whether that's at a practice, at a competition, whatever, right? And let's say we have that synergistic mindset where we have a growth perspective and we have a stress is enhancing perspective. Awesome, that's the first step, right? That's the first win in that equation. Then, okay, you're gonna appraise the situation as a challenge rather than as a threat or something that this is gonna be bad for me, right? And when that happens, you say things to yourself like, okay, my body is telling me that I'm excited, that I'm ready to go. This is an opportunity to learn, to get better, right? I can work hard here and I can seek out feedback. And when we appraise a situation as a challenge, as an opportunity, okay, that's when we respond more effectively to the challenge. We have sharper focus, increased resilience, higher energy, better performance, better confidence, more optimistic thoughts. All of these things that help us to be more resilient, that help us to perform under pressure, and that help us to be the best version of ourselves as students and as athletes. Right? Awesome. So as we move into our next two sessions, so session 3, right, we really start to introduce this concept of mindful self-compassion that Dr. Petrie had introduced a little bit. And the first part of that mindful self-compassion piece that we really try to teach is the ability to be present, right? How many people have, like, and again, just a show of hands, have heard like, hey, just be present, be present, be present, right? And that can mean a lot of different things, but really at the core of it, it means, okay, how can we be where we need to be when we need to be there, right? How can you be fully in the moment and focus on what you're doing so that you can perform at your best, right? And being in the present moment allows you to have a quiet mind and limit the distractions around you so that you can focus on the task at hand. And really the way within our RISE program that we teach this is through 2 different skills. One is through mindful breathing, right? Which I'm sure I see a lot of head nods. A lot of people have probably heard of that, right? And really with mindful breathing, the key part of that is that we use our breath to anchor us in the present moment, right? We would tell people to close their eyes, focus on your breath. When your mind gets distracted, No problem, that's okay. Just bring your attention back to your breath. And what that does, each time that you get distracted and bring your attention back to your breath, you focus or you practice being present, right? You train your ability to put your attention into the present moment, right? So mindful breathing, that's one way. The other way that we try to teach how we can be present is through what we call the car metaphor, right? So I want everybody to kind of picture in your minds, right, as best as you can. Imagine that you're standing on the side of a street, right? And there's a busy road in front of you, and maybe there's a lot of traffic, maybe there's not a lot of traffic, but there's cars passing on the road, right? Some days there's, cars are going by really fast, sometimes they're going by really slow. It can look however you want it to look, right? But whatever way we put it, there's gonna be cars there, right? And those cars within this metaphor are our thoughts, our emotions, those physical sensations that we feel, really anything that can distract us from being in the present moment, right? And when we teach this car metaphor, we kind of teach it in the way it's like, okay, well, there's always going to be cars on the road, and sometimes we pay attention to them, sometimes we don't. But some cars will pull up right in front of us, they'll stop, and they'll tell us to get in, right? It could be whatever thought that could be. It could be the "you suck today" car. It could be the "you're not good enough" car. It could be the "you're not supposed to be out here" car. Whatever that looks like for you. But we all have these different types of cars that pull up right in front of us and kind of try to draw us in, right? What this car metaphor teaches us, just like if you're standing on the side of the road, you can say, "No thanks," right? I don't want to get in that car. Even if the car is pulling up to the side and saying, "Hey, like you should get in," right? Like you should go for a ride. Let's go, right? You have the ability to notice that and say, "No, I'm okay. I'm not going to engage with it," right? I'm not going to engage with that thought, that emotion that's going to pull me out of the present moment. Instead, I got to let it pass by, right? Because there's already a flow of traffic. There's going to be more thoughts. There's going to be more emotions. I can let this one pass. Right? Even if we do that, right, as hard as we would try to do that, sometimes we still find ourselves in a car, right? Sometimes we find ourselves halfway through a performance or halfway through an event, and we realize that we have been so hard on ourselves and that we've been caught up in some type of emotion, some type of feeling, and we didn't even know how we got there, right? We kind of just unconsciously got there. And that's when we would find ourselves in the car, and it's like all of a sudden you gain consciousness, and then you're just in this car that's telling you that you suck, that you're not good enough, right? And in those instances, the second part is saying, okay, I have the power to tell the car to stop, and I'm gonna get out, I'm gonna let it pass. And so that's why this car metaphor is powerful, because you see that, okay, one, I can see my thoughts and emotions and physical sensations for what they are, right? They're just cars that are passing on the road, and I get to choose how I engage with them, right? And sometimes if they loop me in, if I find myself that I'm already in there, that's okay too, right? Because I have a way that I can step out of it, right? And I can take myself back to the present moment where I can be at my best. So that's one part, right? The next part that we start to introduce with mindful self-compassion in our fourth session is, all right, well, how can you be your own best teammate? And this really gets down to the root of how you talk to yourself matters, right? And when we make mistakes, when we mess up, when we make an error, whatever, our natural and default response, just as human beings, like athletes, student, whatever, as humans, our natural response is to be super negative and super critical of ourselves, right? So if you messed up, your most likely response is going to be something like, "You always make mistakes. You don't belong here. Everyone in here just saw you mess up," right? That's your natural response. And even though that's a natural thing that we do, I think we can all agree that's probably not the most helpful thing for keeping us present, and we're probably not going to be at our best, right? Okay, so then what's the solution to that? What do we do then, right? And really, we can try to talk to ourselves like a good teammate would. Right? So when you mess up, when you make a mistake, your teammate's not the most likely to say, "You suck, like why are you even out here," right? "Coach really messed up putting you out here," right? It's probably not a great teammate that says that, right? Instead, a good teammate's gonna tell you, "Hey, like you got this. Hey, one play doesn't fine, you keep going, right? Next play, focus on now." They're gonna tell you things that give you confidence, right? That motivate you, and that can help you to move on to the next play, rather than keep you stuck in the last one or have you worrying about what hasn't even happened yet in the next one, right? So the skill here is learning that, okay, I can learn how to talk to myself like a good teammate would, right? I can be my own best teammate in those moments when I'm struggling, when I'm making mistakes, when I don't feel like I'm at my best, right? And that's a tool that we can use to be resilient and help us be in the moment so that we can perform the way that we know how to perform. All right. And the last part of this self-compassion trend that we've been talking about, that is our fourth and final session, is really talking about this idea of a self-compassion mantra. So we can do all of these things. We can have a synergistic mindset, right? Where we can be present in the moment. We can be our own best teammate. We can do all of the things that you would think, all right, I do that, I should be good, right? And sometimes life is just hard. Like, it could be sport related, it could be not sport related, anything. Sometimes life just kind of kicks you and you're down. And that's just part of life, honestly, right? And in those moments, it's really helpful for us to have something that we can ground ourselves with, that we can come back to, right? And for this, we teach the self-compassion mantra. And what a mantra is really just a short sentence or a statement that helps us to feel mindful and aware of what we're going through, feel grounded and connected, right? And to be kind to ourselves as we go through a struggle. So I'll read this out and I'll kind of break it down. But the first, it goes like this, right? I am struggling right now. Like me, other athletes have struggled and been able to work through their hard. Let me be open to learning while I struggle. Let me be kind to myself as I do. Okay. So with that first part, I'm struggling right now. Right? That's our full acknowledgement in the moment that things aren't going well for me. We're being mindful and aware of what we're experiencing rather than trying to deny it, to push it down, to act like something else is going on, and to put on this mask like we're good. No, the first part of resilience is actually noticing and being able to acknowledge that, no, like things aren't going well for me. I'm struggling. After that, you can step back and say, okay, like me, other athletes have struggled and been able to work through their hard. Kind of like what Dr. Petrie was describing earlier, when we're going through hard times, a lot of our natural response is to feel like we are completely alone in it. To feel like nobody else is going through this, like nobody else has ever gone through something like this, and we are completely isolated. And we start to draw back from people, and we start to kind of get in our own little world. Right? Yet in these moments, being able to recognize that, okay, the struggle that I'm experiencing, what I'm going through is part of being human. Right? That other people have gone through things like me, and even though, yeah, like I'm still going through something hard, other people have gotten through this too. And there's sort of that common humanity to be found in what you're going through at that time. So to know that you're not alone. And the last part, let me be open to learning while I struggle, and let me be kind to myself as I do. Right? Life already has a job of beating you down and knocking you down. Right? We don't have to kick ourselves too while we're down. Right? And this last part is saying, okay, how can I treat myself with kindness and with compassion when I'm going through something that's really difficult? Right? If I'm already not having a great experience in life and my sport, right? If things just aren't going my way, why do I need to make it harder on myself and beat myself up for it? Right? Instead, just like we talked about in that previous slide of being our own best teammate, how can we be there for ourselves and almost be kind to ourselves like a really good friend would, like a good family member would? Right? And this is that idea of being kind to ourselves when we're struggling. And I think the key part with this, right, is that this is one example of it, right? But you can edit this or fit this to fit with whatever you're going through in life, right? It could be, I'm frustrated right now, right? I'm feeling really alone right now. I'm feeling really sad right now. Whatever that is, whatever you're going through, you can make it work for you, right? But the most important thing is that, can we have something that we can say to ourselves, that we can ground ourselves in, that tells us that, okay, hey, I know that I'm going through something. I'm not alone in what I'm going through, that I can be kind to myself as I get through it, right? And sometimes that's all we need to be able to get us through, to be resilient, and to get back to the people that we know that we are.
All right, I'm going to do a 6-minute dash. How does RISE change athletes' lives? Thank you for everything that we've shared with you. So this is just a quick breakdown. So far we've been able to do this with 3 teams, softball, volleyball, soccer. We've had 58 athletes involved in the program. 29 were in our quote-unquote control condition, but as you'll find out, it's really a treatment as usual. I'll explain what that means. The other 29 went through the RISE program. This is just a little bit of breakdown of kind of the background. Okay, our study, where we are right now, and what we've done. So, random assignment. So I'm going to use soccer as an or softball as an example. So prior to meeting with the softball team, we randomly assign the players into either the treatment or the control. That's important. So there's no like, oh, we're just going to have the resilient people go through our program, right? So there was equal chance of being in either condition. We get everybody together. We introduced a study, which is a study on tracking resilience over time in college athletes. So at that time, everybody on the team goes on their phones, completes our surveys, measuring the different things we're interested in. Then we say, hey, you are part of this group, and you're going to be meeting with this person for the next 4 weeks at this time, and the rest of you are going to go over here, and you're going to meet with your sports psychology consultant. Off they go for 4 weeks, 1 hour each time, meeting with those people, same groups of athletes. That's the RISE intervention. Then 1 week after, we get everybody back together. Hey, we're time 2 data collection. We're interested in where you are in your resilience. We do that, and we find out where things are going. Along the way, too, they get gift cards, random drawings for that. So again, collect data, go through the program, collect data again. That's where we are right now. So that's what we can share with you based on that. Just at the bottom, those are the things we measured: stress appraisals, mindset, beliefs, belonging, self-compassion, perceived stress, and resilience. So those were the outcomes we were interested in. So real quickly through this, go ahead. We're going to have 3 slides. The red line is the treatment group. The blue line is the control group. So basically over time, what we saw is that the experimental group, those who went through RISE, actually adopted more stresses enhancing appraisals, which is what we were teaching them and wanting them to change in that direction. Okay, go to the second one. So over time, again, we saw their mindset beliefs change. So the treatment group adopted more growth perspective, what Mikhaili just shared, and there was a little bit of decrease. That's not significant, but there was a little bit of decrease in the control group into a more fixed mindset. Third, we saw that basically the stress levels of the athletes in the control group didn't change over time, but the stress levels went down significantly for those who were in the RISE condition. So we saw improvements in the directions that we'd say in terms of their ability to see stress as enhancing, have a growth mindset, and be less stressed. So that was all very positive. So, but as in science, sometimes it doesn't go exactly as you think it's going to, and we found that the groups did not differ in these 3 areas: belonging, self-compassion, and resilience. So the belonging one, we feel we have a pretty good explanation for. As I said, they weren't really a control condition. They went and worked with their sports psychology consultant. So for example, Mikhaili is the volleyball team sports psychology consultant. So when they were going through RISE, we had another person doing that. And then Mikhaili took the rest of the team, and they went and did team building activities and things like that. Nothing that was in the RISE program, but hey, we're getting to know each other, we're getting connected, we're trusting. Those are all things that are measured in belonging. So that variable did not differ, made some sense. Self-compassion and resilience, we're not 100% sure yet, which is why we're going into our next steps. There you go. So we're going to be collecting time 3 data. So we have already done that with soccer and softball. We're about to collect it with volleyball. And so basically 2 to 4 months after the program, we're collecting it again to see. Now, what could be happening is that all the sport teams did it when they were in their off seasons, and then they went into seasons. So it could be that what actually happens, and we may see this in the time 3 data, is that for the RISE athletes, their resilience actually remains constant, but the control group goes down, right? So that's what we're interested in seeing, what's kind of ongoing. We're also going to conduct interviews with the athletes who've gone through the RISE program, and we're going to ask them, what did you learn? What was helpful? How did it help you change? Because what we think are the active ingredients, what we think is important based on past research, may not be what's actually landing for the athletes. So we want to learn that, so when we have RISE 2.0 next year, it's improved based on those things. So it's still an ongoing process in our data collection and figuring things out. We have some good preliminary data that shows, yep, in some areas we saw some positive changes. Surprisingly, we didn't see changes in the short term, but maybe we'll see it more in the long term. So we're interested to see where that goes. Okay. All right, so let's see. How about this table? You're so orange. How about that? So would you pick a number between 3 and 9? 7. All right. She picked 7, just so you know that. You guys are going to have to do this, so she did it. All right. what I like to do at the end of this, especially something like this, because this is for you to get exposed to some new things, some new ideas, some of the research that's being done that you can take back, right? So we're gonna hear from 7 different people of at least one thing that resonated with you, that was meaningful to you, that you learned today, that you're gonna take back with you, okay? So we can just see a show of hands. Who'd like to go first, or I can call on people? What'd you learn? One thing. Oh, sorry. Got the roving microphone. Sorry.
Hi, I'm Pia, and I'm from Temple, and I'm on the women's gymnastics team. One thing I am going to take from this is that you said the feeling of belonging drives motivation, which I think is a really interesting topic. And I think if like everyone feels more involved, they can feel more bought into the overall team goal.
No, I really appreciate that. And I would just add, in this day and age of the transfer portal, that is becoming even more salient. Yeah. Another Temple. We're going to have other schools here too.
Hi, I'm Sammy. I'm also from Temple. And the thing that stuck with me the most was the idea that stress was a mindset rather than like something that like you can't really avoid.
Yeah. Yeah, stress happens. How we think about stress, because your body's going to respond, right? Autonomic nervous system. Your body's going to respond, but as Mikhaili said, it's going to be how you think about it that's going to matter. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Isabel. I play soccer at FAU, and going on what you said about belonging, how you can be your own best teammate, because if the way you talk to yourself is going to translate how you talk to each other on your team. So I think that's something that will end up leading to like feeling that like belonging on a team.
Yeah.
Sweet. I'm Bella. I'm a swimmer at FAU, and I love how you mentioned about letting the cars pass by. I've never heard that before, and how to like stay in the present, because I think we all have a hard time because we got school, we got practice, we got a lot of things going on. But if we stay in the present, I think overall at the end of the day, we'll achieve like more of our goals. And I think I'm going to bring this back to my coach, by the way. It's like letting the cars pass by, because we don't have to take everything that comes our way. And I think that was just really cool. Yeah.
Great. Got there and then UAB.
So I actually had a question about the car metaphor, because the first person that popped into my head, being from San Antonio, was Tim Duncan, like the silent killer, like cool mindset, not getting too high, not getting too low. And the first thing that popped into my head was like, what if it's like a car that seems really positive, but it's going so fast? Like, is it okay to hop in that one too? Because sometimes we might think something's good for us and it takes us the wrong way. You know what I mean? It puts us more off track.
Yeah. No, that's a great question. And as you were talking about the car metaphor, there's something called the default mode network in the brain. Basically, as Mikhaili was saying, it's just our brains are going all the time, right? It's very hard to control the amount of thoughts that you have and the amount of feelings you have, right? And the car metaphor does not suggest in any way, shape, or form that you should never get in a car. I want to feel happy today. Woo! Let's go drive, right? You know, like, I won this award. I am wonderful. I want to live in that car for a while, right? There's nothing wrong with that. What we're really talking about is helping each athlete have a perspective for how they can be more self-aware of maybe when some of their thoughts and emotions and physical sensations are actually getting in the way, distracting them, right? And yes, can elation, can happy thoughts get in the way sometimes? Sure. You know, if I'm like, I hit that 3 and I'm running down the court like, I hit that 3, and the defense, you know, they go right past me and they score. Well, that's not a good place to be, right? Because I wasn't in the present moment doing what I needed to do. So absolutely, be in the car at times, but also have an awareness of when you're in the car, and is it where you want to be, and is it helping you, as Mikhaili said, are you where you want to be to do what you want to do at that present moment? Does that make sense? Yeah.
Hi, I'm Megan from UAB's rifle team, and you talked a little bit about detaching yourself from less functional thoughts. And I was wondering if you had any tips for like more solitary sports who, like, for example, I'm alone in silence for hours just doing my sport, and sometimes like those less functional thoughts come in, like, oh, you're going to shoot a bad shot or something like that. Do you have any tips for how to detach yourself when it's just you and your brain?
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of times it is just all of us in our brains, right? And I think as Mikhaili said, it's now you're noticing these thoughts, right? And instead of when that thought stops, you develop in time that ability to say, I'm observing the thought, as opposed to I'm now becoming the thought. It's not easy. It takes time, and it does take practice. And your breath is another way to do it too, because sometimes we get off in there. It's just like, the breath is in that physical thing that keeps us into that present moment. So you're UAB. Do you guys have sports psychologists there? Oh, I was going to say that would be a great thing to work with some of the sports psychologists who are there. Yeah. So do we have one more, I think? Is this number 7? Yeah. I think it is. Keeping track.
Hi, I'm Gabby Rourke, and I play soccer at South Florida. And what really stuck with me is that you said struggle is normal. Like you kind of touched on it, how you said this day and age, like everything's documented on social media. And like I myself am like really into social media. So like understanding that like not everything's going to be perfect. Like you're going to make mistakes because like the mistakes aren't documented. Like all you see these days, like, oh, there's a 16-year-old going pro, there's a 15-year-old going pro. And like you're sitting here like, oh, I'm 20 years old and I'm still in college. Like it's, like you said, sit in the moment, be where you're at. So that really stuck with me. So thank you.
Yeah. And it's hard because with NIL too, I mean, to me, I have no social media presence. My phone is way out of my room, all this kind of stuff. And I know I'm talking to you as a 63-year-old guy saying this. So I get it. And I understand that there's pressure to build out a social media presence, which can help then make money, but it does come at a cost. And so kind of then going into it just, okay, if I'm entering into this, how can I take care of myself as well? That's a great point. So I know we went over a few minutes, so thank you all very much. Thank you, Mikhaili, for up high, buddy. All right, stay close, everybody. We're going to shift into our first panel presentation in just a moment. Panel one. Panel one, if you are on panel one, please come forward. We'll be conversing from the platform here.
All right, I think we can go ahead and get started. My name is Annalise Sorrentino. I'm the FAR at UAB, and I want to thank Clay and Wichita State, Ellen and Ralph, and the conference for holding this every year. This is quickly becoming one of my favorite conferences, and so it's my pleasure to introduce this panel on dealing with constant change in college athletics, which I think probably was a big impetus to even starting the RISE program. So I think this is something that we can all deal with and relate to. And so I will turn it over to Elizabeth Taylor, who is the FAR at Temple, to lead the discussion.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I'm really excited to be here today. One, as the FAR, but also as a college sport researcher. I don't usually get to speak in front of folks who live this every day. So I'm really excited to hear the experiences, hear from some folks in the audience with any questions. I'm not going to give you a lecture on the changes in college athletics because, again, I know you're living this every day, but we are going to touch on a few specific areas of recent changes within the NCAA. So we're going to talk about the transfer portal, we're going to talk about the ability to profit off your name, image, and likeness, and then we are going to talk about the recent settlement between House and the NCAA. So first, what I would love is if these amazing women up here would introduce themselves, so share your name, your sport, your year in school, your major, a fun fact, anything. Tell us anything about you that you'd like to share.
Okay, I'll stop. Okay, let's swap. Hi. I am Kayla Vanderven. I'm filling in for Caden Carlson. He is off. He got selected to play in Oregon for track and field. So I am substituting for him. I am a sophomore, a sport management major. I am from Wichita State. And fun fact, obviously you can tell by my accent, but I am from New Zealand.
Hi, my name is Gabby Rourke. I play soccer at South Florida. I'm a redshirt freshman, and I transferred from University of Kentucky. So,
Hi everyone, I'm Peyton Monk. I'm a junior at Temple on the women's gymnastics team, and I guess my fun fact is I'm from where The Office is filmed.
Hi, I'm Autumn Webb. I am a junior at UNC Charlotte. I play soccer. I'm a marketing major. Fun fact, I have a podcast called All Love.
Hi, I'm Grace Sinclair. I play golf at UAB. I'm a senior industrial distribution major, and I'm from Mississippi.
Awesome. All right, so we are going to start with the discussion of the transfer portal. So in 2018, the NCAA implemented the transfer portal, and we've slowly seen changes over the past, that seems recently, that's why I said slowly, but it's really not slow. It's happened pretty quickly. 2018 isn't that long ago. So now we see that student athletes have the ability to transfer as many times as they'd like, as long as they are in good academic standing. So my first question is just thinking about your experience. Tell me how the implementation of the transfer portal and the ability to transfer more freely has impacted your experience in college athletics. You can think about yourself, the impact on your team, that sort of thing.
I mean, I can touch on this because I did transfer. So with me, it definitely was a positive thing, dealt with some issues at Kentucky. I got to leave freely without getting anything charged against me. I definitely think there are a lot more negative impacts, especially in the college realm, that comes with transferring. But I mean, you've seen great positive impacts on it too. I'm now at a great program that they value me. I know my worth there. That they see me as a person and not just a player. Not something to just kind of
get money from, stuff like that. So there are a lot of positive impacts, but with anything, there's negative impacts too.
Absolutely.
In gymnastics, we don't really have a lot of transfers. We only had one on our team so far my entire college career. But it's been very good for like getting other perspectives because everyone has a different club coach and everyone has a different coach that they had in past years and what they can bring to the table. It also does have its negatives of like affecting team culture, and it's hard to like build that like trust with people who are newer. But I think it also has a lot of positives as well.
I'd say for me personally, I'm not a transfer, but we have had a lot of transfers. I think it's been positive for my team overall, just because everyone that's transferred in has kind of brought new insight, whether it's what their old program did that worked for them to help us, or just to kind of bring something new to the table in terms of like their skill. So I feel like for me personally, the transfer portal has been pretty helpful, but that's just me.
So last year I was on a team of 10 and we only had 2 people stay. We had 6 transfer and 2 graduate. And I think the hardest part about the transfer portal is it's just hard to build team culture when everybody leaves. Obviously it was a weird situation. Our coach was let go. So I totally understood like why they wanted to go and start over. But it is hard to like, you know, come in and then you have all that time together and then you just have to start over with a new group of people.
And I would say being on the golf team, we have 8 people in our roster at the moment, and we are losing 5. So honestly, international, I know nothing about the transfer portal. I came through from high school straight into college, and I haven't been given the same opportunities as many of the Americans, growing up through knowing what the transfer portal, knowing what NIL is, knowing what actually college is about. So then being able to have the idea and having the opportunity to have the transfer portal is really good for us. And we've had 1 transfer so far over my 1.5 years being here. And then basically it's going to be really good for our team, but it's also quite scary knowing that we're having 5 girls leave. We've got new girls coming onto the team and we all have to kind of really rebuild the culture that we created.
Thank you for sharing. Think more broadly about your athletic department. What sort of conversations do you have? Maybe it's with coaches, maybe it's with your academic advisors or compliance. What kind of conversations are happening around the transfer portal? Just thinking broadly about your athletic department. Are there themes that come up? When you have maybe a teammate who's thinking about transferring, who do they go to? Just kind of share some insights about what it's like in your athletic department right now.
I think the best thing about UAB is everyone that we work with specifically as the golf team is really supportive. Like last year when our girls were kind of on the fence, feeling a little lost, not really sure what they were going to do, I wouldn't say they felt like I wouldn't say the staff was making them feel like they weren't being loyal or that they had to stay. They were very supportive and trying to help them find somewhere to go or trying to say, you know, think about it. Is this really what you want to do? UAB can be your home if you want it to be. It didn't really feel like this taboo thing, which is really helpful. So we're very thankful for them.
So one of my closest friends and teammates, she transferred, and I didn't realize how crazy it was, the process itself. When she joined the transfer portal, it was just like, first a lot of silence, but then also like she had to talk to all her academic advisors from her our school and then her new school she went to. Obviously, the coaches were very encouraging for her. They knew that this is what she wanted to do ultimately, and she had thought it through, so that there wasn't really much communication in terms of coaches, but just having to make sure that all your credits transfer, that you're still in the same academic standing. So I would say it's definitely a bit more hectic if you are a transfer. So yeah.
I would agree with that. I think it's a little bit awkward because no one really knows like why you're leaving and they don't want to ask and like make you uncomfortable. But I know the staff is very welcoming and very like, well, we will find a home that is what is best for you.
I mean, yeah, like at USF, the basketball coach just left to go to Providence. Same with the football coach. He went to Auburn. So, I mean, it's nothing short that we've experienced, and the whole basketball team left, you know? So it's, you have to talk to the advisors. You have to talk to, you know, people around you, players around you, see where they're going, see where you're going. And it really is a very hectic experience. But, I mean, everything happens for a reason, and people have their reasons, you know? So it's just, it's a very different experience. It's really like getting recruited all over again, you know, like you got the calls, you have to schedule the calls, email, text the coaches, get a feel from the coaches, and half the time, like, you can't even go on visits. When I was in the transfer portal, I didn't have time to go on any visits. I just basically got a brochure saying this is the school, so I hope you like it. And thankfully, USF was one of those schools that allowed me to visit, so that kind of like stuck out to me. But it's a very rushed process, and a lot of the times you see these kids like they get in the transfer portal, they just get tossed, everything they want to hear, and it might not be the right fit. You didn't even get to go see the school. They're selling you exactly what they want to sell you and not everything that comes with it. And I think that's really one of the biggest downsides when it comes to the transfer portal is that, like, the second that something doesn't fit what you want, or you can just be like, oh, I'm just going to leave, instead of fighting through it, fighting through adversity, fighting through resilience. And you don't have like any more school spirit. You don't have that fight. Like, kids just leave for money, leave for anything. And I think that's probably one of the biggest downsides with the transfer portal I see.
I would say for me personally, in my very first freshman year, I came through halfway of 2025. And in my freshman year, I didn't gel with the team as well as I thought I would, and I was constantly homesick. So I was on the call with my parents every night crying, saying, I want to come home. I don't know if I can do this. But I think it was really beneficial that I didn't actually know what the transfer portal was. Because if I knew what the transfer portal was, I'm in it. But I wasn't. So I kind of gave myself this path, a split road, saying either stay, fight for your dream, do what you got to do, or go home, go to a university where you don't have sports. So it was really good for me to be able to say to myself, no, I'm actually going to fight to stay at Wichita State. And it's honestly the best decision I have ever made.
I love that. Thank you so much for sharing. I think oftentimes we have these conversations, and maybe some of the FARs and faculty in the room can relate to this. We have conversations about transfers, and sometimes faculty are like, well, everyone transfers. Non-student athletes transfer. Why are we making such a big deal about this? But to all y'all's point, you have to think about so much more beyond just, are my credits going to transfer? How are they going to transfer? Progress towards degree. Are you going to gel with your new team? What are you leaving behind? So many things like that. So, and often in a very rushed process, like you said. So thank you for sharing. I want to transition a little bit, and I want to talk about your ability to profit off your name, image, and likeness. So again, just opening it up to, have you engaged? Why have you engaged? How have you engaged? Or if not, why not? I know that at Temple University, not all of our student athletes engage, and they don't for a variety of reasons, just like they do for a variety of reasons. So just kind of share some of your experiences, and maybe a little bit about your inability as an international student to engage in profiting off your name, image, and likeness with us.
So yeah, I'd say it's quite harder as an international to profit off of your name and likeness. And for my experience, I am planning to go back home to New Zealand after I graduate. And the thought of going into NIL deals and creating all these connections seems like such a great opportunity for me. But then I'm going to be restarting back to the beginning when I go back to New Zealand. I'm not going to have all the connections that I have over here, and it won't transfer over internationally for any sort of deals. So for me, NIL doesn't seem like it's the best path for me. And I seem to be doing very well on my own at the moment. So I'm pretty good.
For me, NIL is like a really big part of like my college career. I'm very in depth with it. Thankfully at USF, like, they have a really good NIL program, and that's partially why I went there. For me, NIL has opened so many doors and so many opportunities. Like, for instance, when I go back home, there's in soccer, Premier League is like the biggest league in England, and they're having like a fan fest, and I'm able to do like a behind the scenes, like, backstage access video with it. And it's just like building those connections. Like, for what I want to do, I want to go pro, but I want to become a sports reporter and a sports journalist, sideline reporter, all that stuff. So like, NIL has really been able to like help build my connections, but also like get money as a college athlete. I don't have time to have a job. We're constantly working out. We have games, even if in off season, like, we're constantly busy. So it really helps me take stress off my parents with money, but also get my own money, kind of have my own job and stuff like that. And it kind of gets you ready for if you want to go pro, like you're going to have endorsement deals, you're going to have, but like I said, you know, with everything, there are downsides to it, but it's really like opened so many doors for me personally. And I always like tell every student athlete that I like get in front of, like, do it, like really do it. Like it will literally like change your life. And I know it's changed mine. So that's my biggest thing. Do it.
I feel like, I mean, I've only done a few. I feel like it's great for some like quick cash when we don't really have a lot of time. I think it's been good for money like that, but I think it's also had a downside of like now like we're so social media heavy, and I know that's like what it is, but I think now it's like you're looking at people and you're like, oh, and they're making more than me and they're doing this, and then it's almost like a reflection of like, well, what am I doing? And so I think it's made it a little bit more social media heavy there. But yeah, I've only done a few. They're not very big in gymnastics. But yeah, that's my point of view on it.
I've also done a few, and I need to get into more because I'm a marketing major. So you'd think that I'd want to do more in terms of marketing myself, but I'm getting there. I think mine's just more like a consistency thing, just trying to find a good brand or company, if that's what it is, that I feel like is a good reflection of myself. I feel like if I were to do it more, I don't want to just do it to do it. I want it to be with a purpose. So just trying to find what works best for me.
So I'd say at UAB, we don't have like a very big NIL program yet, but it is obviously new. We're trying to build that. But Birmingham has so many local businesses, and I think they do partner with athletics a lot. So hopefully in the future, that's something that we can kind of tap into and try to do that. They do give a lot of money and a lot of support to our medical program, which is great. We obviously don't want to take away from that, but it's not something that I've done yet. But I do think there's a lot of time for it to grow in Birmingham specifically.
Awesome, thank you. So for the three of you in the middle who have engaged, how do you decide who you're going to work with? How did you decide if you wanted to pursue an opportunity? And then maybe a little bit about what does that look like when you engage in a deal? Is it posts on social media? Is it appearances? Just talk us through a little bit about how you've engaged.
So for me, when it comes to figuring out who I want to engage with, it's mostly just looking on their Instagram, having communication with whoever reached out to me prior, and just making sure like seeing what they're about, their motto, kind of their following, what they stand for. And then if I feel like it aligns with me and what I want to be promoting, then I typically do. For me, mine's only been like a few videos, nothing crazy. So.
Yeah, same for me. I feel like money is obviously a big factor into it. I'm not that big into the NIL world, so I don't have people reaching out to me. But when looking for them, I try to align with a brand that I have tried before, or that I try when accepting it and see if I really do like it, because I don't want to be promoting something that I don't really care for.
Yeah, I'm pretty similar with those two. It is a little bit different for me because I have to like go through an agency and stuff like that because I'm signed with an agent. So a lot of people go through my agent first and they come to me, and then my agents will come to me, kind of give me the rundown of it, like with stuff like that. But for me, it's more so just like, what does the brand stand for? What do they want? Because at the end of the day, like you yourself are a brand, and what you represent is like, that's who you are to these people on social media. Like they don't know you. They don't know what you do. They don't know that, like they don't know I'm a communications major wanting to be a sideline reporter. All they know is, oh, this company sponsored her. And if that company does something crazy, does something wild, I'm now going to get like, that's like what I'm known for, So like you really have to be careful who you represent and what you represent, because it also represents you, and vice versa too, with the company and yourself as an athlete. Like no company wants to represent an athlete who's posting you getting wasted on the weekend, like it's just, it's definitely like social media has changed the game a lot in many positive ways, but again, also negative. So you just got to kind of play around with it, see what you like, see what you don't like, and go from there.
Absolutely. So you mentioned specifically the supports that you have at USF. So let's hear from folks about what is offered, what sort of supports does your athletic department provide, and maybe what might you like to see. Maybe there's something that's not available that a friend at a different institution has told you about, or something that would make your ability to engage in NIL deals easier. Just share some insights into that.
So I know at USF we use NIL Go and like post games and stuff like that. I know a lot of universities use that. Our NIL director is like very into it. Like she'll go out of her way to like schedule meetings with you, write down what you like, email these companies if they reach back out, tell you what they want and stuff like that. I think USF is probably one of the universities that I've like spoken to that is like all in on NIL, and they're like I said, super into it. I think what's different about it is the fact that she writes down exactly what you like and reaches out to those type of companies that offer that and sell that. But yeah, that's kind of what we do.
At Temple, we have great staff that do that as well. They've helped me with a lot of like the rules and regulations that I didn't know. Like I didn't know you couldn't have your team logo. So his name is J-Mail. J-Mail was editing my photo for me and getting the Temple logos out. But he is always available to have like a meeting to talk about what you want and what you like and give ways to how to reach out to them, because I wanted to have one with like this protein company, Premier Protein. But it was hard to reach out to them, and they only had like certain programs, but they didn't really do NIL. So like he was giving me ways to like reach out to them on like LinkedIn and then message them here. So that was really helpful. But I think we don't have a lot of like team meetings about it. So I think like if you want to get into it and you want to make a meeting, you can. But I feel like our team doesn't get very into it, and I think that could be more prominent, like having team things that are like, this is how you get into it, this is the apps you use, because I don't think like that like guidance is necessary, because I didn't know how to get into it, and that's why I had the meeting with him.
I think what y'all were saying, because I don't think it's sure that we have someone that helps in terms of like writing down what you like or reaching out. So I feel like for us, something that we could have or implement that would help us is someone that could help you figure out whatever it is that you want to be doing, and then also helping to put yourself out there. Because I feel like a lot of the newer people that come in don't necessarily know a lot about how to reach out to a brand if that's something they want to do. And so I feel like having someone who can help us, give us a template, or just show us kind of what it would look like to do that.
Like I said earlier, we don't really have like a specific person either, but I do know when it first came out, I think that was maybe my sophomore year. I don't really remember how long ago it was. But we did have a meeting talking about all the rules, because there were people who were starting to do things on their own and who didn't know that you had to like pay taxes on the money you made. And that became like a big problem. So I do think, once we learn a little bit more about NIL and are able to build a bigger network at UAB, continuing those education talks, because that was a really, really big issue at UAB specifically.
I obviously don't have that much to share about NIL, but I know that Wichita State has a very strong NIL program with NIL Go as well. We have our lovely Sydney. Sydney, can you put your hand up for me? Sydney over there, she works on our NIL, and she is honestly one of the most amazing people I have ever met. And I know that if I do ever decide to go NIL, coming straight for you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So I want to transition a little bit and talk about the most recent update to college athletics, which is the passing of House versus NCAA. So I think there are a lot of components to the House versus NCAA case. So I want to think specifically about the roster limits, and then now the ability for institutions to pay athletes directly. So maybe you've had the opportunity to engage in conversations with folks in your athletic department about what that's going to look like moving forward, specifically for your sport, or more holistically, maybe you've had conversations about what the roster limits mean for your team. So just share any insights into what that kind of looks like for you in your sport at your institution.
I can kind of start this off with you, but I kind of have like, so when this was going on, it was going on when I was at Kentucky, and from a Power 4 standpoint, they basically said that it's more so to spread the talent around, and I think that's what you can kind of see with the roster limits is that like it's becoming more competitive. You know, smaller Division One programs are becoming more competitive because, you know, a girl that would sit the bench at Duke for 3 years is now going to play at USF. You know, like it's it's like it's spreading the talent around because one, you know, it's not a bad thing to be at these programs. You know, I think a lot of people get caught up in the ego side of it of, oh, I'm Power 4, doesn't matter if I play, like I'm here. And at the end of the day, you know, you're an athlete. You got to do what you got to do. You got to play. You got to show yourself, like showcase yourself. And I think what the roster cap does, it kind of stops the athletes that just kind of want to be there for the ride and like and do that part where they actually have to go put themselves out there and play. And I think it's really good for college athletics, like the roster cap, because not only is it spreading the talent around, more schools are becoming more competitive, it's also allowing these athletes to get the chance that they deserve. You know, like some of these girls, they go to schools and they don't play for 4 years. And it's like being able to show that like you got to get your chance when you get it, you know? And I think the roster cap is good, but you know, we'll see. I would also say it's made it more competitive, but I'm not gonna lie, it's made it really scary. Just because I feel like obviously you want your spot, you don't want to lose your spot, and so when you do have limited numbers and your coaches ultimately have to make cuts, at least in the beginning, it's extremely nerve-wracking, and I can see how it would, you know, bring a lot of anxiety for players, especially our younger players coming in. I know a lot of them were nervous about it just because as a freshman, I mean, for our team, they didn't get a whole lot of minutes, and so they're questioning, is it my spot on the line, or am I the one that's going to get cut? And so I feel like it's definitely brought in a little anxiety. I do think it's definitely made it more competitive, though, and I agree that it's given girls, it's able to weed out girls who are really there for the right reasons. One of my coach's biggest things is being bought into whatever it is that we want to go for that year, and so it helps to show who's really bought in and who's not.
I completely agree with the buy-in. I also think it has caused a lot of stress. We have a team of 25 and 27, and our limit is now 20. So having to lose that many girls is like a lot, and also like a little bit worrisome that like, oh, your friend is gonna go or you're gonna go, and where are they gonna go? Are they gonna transfer? It brings a lot of questions up. But I also think it's really good for other things like being bought in and team culture, and also our team budget as well.
Oh, sorry. So it really didn't affect us very much. We don't have a very big team. I think our roster limit's 9. But I would say it is a little bit scary, but also helpful, solely because it shows, like with golf, it's so individual. Like, you know, you go and you play, and it's just the top 5 scores go. We don't do coaches pick or anything. I'm not sure how other schools do it, but it's just the best 5 go. So I think we haven't had more than 9 ever, but I do think I could see how it would be helpful in weeding out people who are there. You know, maybe they were good, and you know, once they got there, they're like, okay, I'm here, I can coast. So I do think that is helpful, but also I could see how it would be nerve-wracking.
I would say as well, being a part of golf, we don't have that much of a roster cap, considering we've only got 8 girls, losing 5, hopefully going to get back up to 8. But for me, it is definitely scary thinking about it, knowing that your spot could be on the line. And from past experience, I know that this has just been passed. The NCAA versus House settlement has just been passed. However, in my freshman year coming through as a first semester little baby, basically, and 2 of our girls unfortunately had to leave, and they were both freshmen as well. So that kind of rattled me a little bit, being like, oh my gosh, am I going to get kicked from the team? Am I going to have to go back to New Zealand and live out my life very, very sadly? But then, yeah, it's honestly just scary because, again, when I signed with an agent and spent 2 years looking at schools, I ended up calling a school, and the coach told me straight up, if you don't play well enough for the first 6 months, you're getting cut. You have to go find somewhere else. You've got to enter into the transfer portal. You're gone. So that honestly made me very scared. But then coming to Wichita State and having this very positive team, and although we've had these cuts, our team has become so strong and about to tear up, don't worry. we're losing our seniors, and it's going to be such a hard time for us to get back. And honestly, I'm going to become an upperclassman, or I'm going to become one of the seniors. I'm a sophomore, guys. I don't know what I'm doing. But I'm going to have to take our freshmen through and take them through what's happening, tell them about the roster caps, tell them about what's happening, and tell them that you try your best, you do what you can. If it doesn't work out, no matter where you end up, Wichita State's going to be here for you. We're all going to be here for you.
I think I'm going to join your team. Yeah, of course.
Sorry, I just want to say one more thing. One thing about the roster cap that talking about the freshmen and the cuts that I really don't like is the fact that you don't see development in freshmen anymore. It's always do it right now, and if you don't do it, like, your chance is done. And I know I experienced that. And like with college sports now, you don't see development but like we talked about a little bit with the transfer portal. My freshman class at Kentucky was 16, and there's 3 girls left there. Like, it's, you get your chance, and if you don't take it, if you're not ready for it, that's it. Like, you don't get another chance anymore. And like, you can kind of see it trickling down into more and more schools. And I think the biggest downside is that there's no more development in players. They want it right now. Like, look at all these schools where you see, I mean, you just saw it with Indiana. They're all transfer portal 5th-year seniors, and they just won the national championship with football. You don't really see any more schools where they take in the young players, develop their talent. It's all right now, right now, right now. And that's where really I think college sports is kind of failing, because at the end of the day, college sports is about development. We're 18-year-olds coming into school trying to learn either go pro or not. But now college sports is essentially a semi-pro thing. You're signing deals, you're getting money and all that stuff. And I think the whole, and I like it, again, it comes with a really, really good things. But ultimately, I really do think that it's killing the development in college sports.
Thank you. I have a final question, but before I ask it, I want to open it up to anyone in the audience who has questions. Yes, I love the enthusiasm. All right, she's coming.
Okay, so the House settlement is recent, but the race settlement is even more recent. And I feel like people don't really understand, like, when the NCAA faces a lawsuit, it's the schools that ultimately end up paying. And I feel like people don't really realize that often. And, I've been in meetings with some ADs that are like, well, we don't have baseball. Why do we have to pay? So it eventually trickles down. And I just want to ask if any of you guys have seen any changes in your athletics departments with these settlements within, faculty or anything else related to that. I just want to know if you've seen any changes with all these different settlements.
Personally, I don't think I've seen any changes. However, because golf isn't really a revenue generating sport, we don't get the same chances, obviously, that basketball, and we obviously don't have a football team either. So basketball, men's basketball, women's basketball, and baseball are our major revenue generating sports, and then the money trickles down from there. And obviously, we're very grateful that we have these sports that are able to pass it down to us and pass that money down to us. But yeah, for me personally, Wichita State hasn't seen much change.
I mean, the only change that I would say I see is just like, you see what they get, their locker rooms, the gear they get, stuff like that. We recently just got lacrosse at USF, so like now we're splitting revenue with them. Whereas like it was like us for like women, it was us in volleyball. Now it's us volleyball and lacrosse. And like we already barely got any money. Now we're splitting with another sport. So I would just say the biggest thing I see is just how we split the money and like stuff like that, and just how money driven everything is. So
yeah, I completely agree with that. Everything's very money driven. I haven't seen really any difference, I don't think, other than like I feel like staff is like more nervous about like, well, we need to keep people here and we don't want to make it look bad on us, and how do we do that basically.
I would agree. We also just got lacrosse as well, so I feel like for us it's one of those where we are also kind of sharing now.
I'd say the only thing really that's been a change, but I don't know if it's like a huge change. It's just been harder to like get things done. Like when we've wanted to, we lost our nutritionist a couple years ago, and then it's just like there's no money to get one. And so it always seems like, we come up with these plans, and I'm in no way, shape, or form like blaming UAB. Like I said, I've loved my experience there. I've loved everybody I've met. but it is hard. Like, when you go to a school and you expect to have these certain things to make you better, like a nutritionist or a sports psychologist, and you don't have the access to get those things, it all, comes from somewhere. So that's a little challenging.
You guys talked about like the lack of development for like high school athletes. And Rick Pitino, the coach of St. John's, just recently said he was no longer recruiting high school athletes at all, and like only going from the transfer portal. And like on the men's side in basketball, like you have G League players like playing in college. So like I want to know like what do you guys think about like restrictions on like maybe having high schoolers on your team or like like things like that. Like do you have any thoughts on that?
Like with soccer, you just it used to be like they used to recruit a lot of freshmen, like that was the thing. Like you're bringing in the new people to come in and kind of take over the program. And like you said, now it's just transfer portal. So I just think like, I've said it before, like it's just kind of killing the development of the game and stuff like that. It's like, where do these kids go? Now you're seeing more JUCO routes, you're seeing more NAIA routes, and like a lot of men and women, they both have the ability to go Division I, but now I just see that it's like these coaches don't care about the kids. It's about the money, it's about winning, it's about revenue, it's about people showing up to your games, winning championships and stuff like that. And of course, that's always the goal. But like at the end of the day, as a coach, Miss Marshall Chow was kind of going off of it, or Cho, sorry, Marshall Chow was going off on it that like the like you want to have someone that's there for you and that is showing you that it's what they can do for you, and you just kind of don't see that anymore. I was kind of talking to my teammate Regan, like she didn't have someone that she could think about like that, and like you kind of see that it's kind of sprinkling off into these coaches that do they really care about the kids or do they not? Not saying that it's everywhere, not saying that it's here in the American Conference, but it's just a question to ask now.
I worry about that in golf because when we play like high school, you don't play on a team unless you play, high school golf, which most people who go play in college have to go out and seek tournaments for themselves. So your first year of college golf is a lot of like, okay, learning how to like cheer for my teammates, because you go to these tournaments and yeah, you're cheering for your friends, but like you're all competing against each other. And so I worry about what that's gonna do for high schoolers who want to play college golf, just because people see experience in college golf as such a big thing. But like, what do high schoolers do then?
I also want to add that not add, but agree. I think it does become very performative because I feel like when it comes to coaches and how much coaches care about you, it's so true because there's so much pressure on them to perform as well that they're not even trying to build relationships with their athletes. They just want to find the next best thing. And a lot of the times, in their opinion, it is through someone who's more experienced as opposed to someone who's coming in. And so I agree. I do think that it's so hard for freshmen coming in or even high schoolers trying to get recruited because coaches are just so focused on results, which they think comes from the portal.
I completely agree with that. Gymnastics is very underclassmen heavy, at least at Temple in the past few years it's been. Our freshman class was 10 people, which is a lot for a freshman class. And we even have like graduating seniors graduating early or graduating a semester early to come in, which isn't really a thing in gymnastics usually. But I think for, like, we don't really have high school gymnastics, it's normally like club. So I think for them, recruiting has definitely gotten like smaller and harder to do, especially with the cap off. But I think the development within at least Temple has been pretty good.
For me as an international, how would I say this? The way that I have to go about it to get over here, the way that coaches have to recruit me and coaches have to recruit internationals is the only way that high school kids outside of the US that can get in. We have no other chance to get in other than getting recruited as a freshman. So either you choose to go pro, you're good enough to go pro, you go off, you do your thing, or you find a way to get to a college over here because it's the only way that you can both get education and a college athlete experience. And I think it's so important and so crucial that coaches are able to actually take that chance with the high schoolers and with the young kids and be able to not only say, yes, we want to win these conferences, yes, we want to do well, but we also want to foster a really good learning environment for these kids so that we can not only develop them as student athletes, but develop them as people as well.
I think we're going to get cut off, so let's give this group one more round of applause. Thank you.
Yeah, I hate to be that guy that brings a good discussion to its end, but thank you again to Liz and the panelists. Hey, we have arrived at lunchtime. Just a couple of things real quick so you know how this will go. Lunch has been set up on the countertop right outside the doors here, so you'll see it on your right. And just feel free to go through the line. A lot of great food, and that's been provided to us by Doc Greens. I don't know if we've got Doc Greens fans in here, but good place. So that will be there. If you, when you registered, indicated that you have dietary restrictions of some kind, Doc Greens has created a custom meal for you, and those little packets are down at the very end of the counter. So you can go down there, get your customized meal. If you see anything else that you want and you can eat, you're certainly welcome to it. But again, that option will be there. We would ask that if we can move through the line about as quickly as possible and then reconvene in here. We have a brief lunch program, so we'll want to get into that as quickly as we're able. And then our goal is to keep that program brief to ensure that you all have a really good break before we resume the sessions at around 1 o'clock. So food out there, beverages here. Enjoy lunch. We'll be back with you here in 10 or 15 minutes. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody.
Shame on me, I'm a fool for the melody. I don't wanna stop right now. All I need is a drum with a heavy beat. Hit me with that future sound. It's time to let go. We're not going home. This feeling I can't live without. So shame on me, I'm a fool for the melody. This is our party, and this is where the beat goes down. Feel the music on the stereo. Oh, oh. As we let the rhythm take control. We're gonna dance like we don't care. Keep on popping bottles like we're millionaires. Yeah, we're just getting started. Living for the weekend. Shame on me, I'm a fool for the melody. I don't wanna stop right now. All I need is a drum with a heavy beat. Hit me with that future sound. It's time to let go. We're not going home. This feeling I can't live without. So shame on me, I'm a fool for the melody. This is our party, and this is where the beat goes down. This is where the beat goes Let's make this night unforgettable. Oh, oh. Making memories we won't recall. One more song is never enough. We ain't gonna stop when the sun
college athletics continues to evolve, events such as this are more important than they've ever been. This year, the Consortium added a student-athlete development component to the symposium. This programming will help our student-athletes address the challenges they face while providing new resources to help with the transition to professional careers. Quite frankly, just adapting to life beyond sports. To the student-athletes with us, you've been given this opportunity that most young people your age would trade anything to have. You know this from doing the work. Hard, challenging, but fulfilling. Most of all, you're developing invaluable life skills, confidence, mental toughness, leadership, how to handle adversity, the importance of team. Trust me when I tell you, these things will separate you from everyone else you go up against in your life. The collaboration between students, faculty, athletics administrators is key to creating opportunities for student athletes to live healthy, happy, and successful lives. And I appreciate all that you do to advance our conference goal of student-athlete well-being. Our North Star at the conference is to get all student-athletes in the Americas prepared for the road ahead, whatever your road ahead is. Before the event, I would like to thank some people who have played a key role in making this symposium a reality. First, Wichita State, serving as our host. I'd like to thank President Rick Ruma, Director of Athletics Ted Salt, Senior Women's Administrator Taylor Spiker, and Faculty Athletics Representative Dr. Clay Stoll, and the Symposium Planning Committee for providing a top-notch event and great programming for all of us. From my staff at the American Conference, Rob Schiff, Helen Ferris, and Matthew Lewis Banks, they've worked around the clock to provide you with a first-class experience while you're in town. Thank you to our faculty athletics representatives, all of you. You're such an important part of our consortium and our annual symposium. And particularly, I'd like to call out our chair, Dr. Greg Michael. Finally, to our researchers, student athletes, the ones that are going to be presenting and sharing and taking part in the symposium. Your engagement and discussion of these topics is vital. During today's event, I encourage you to be great listeners, share with them. When we work together, it inspires everyone to search for new avenues to improve the experience of student athletes. Every successful organization, I don't care in the field, regardless of the industry, rely on the same key ingredient, the passion and determination of the people. In my time as commissioner, I know this. The American Conference is made of so many exceptional people, representing all of us with grit and integrity. The most remarkable group are extraordinary students who are constantly invested in leaving a positive legacy. I'm grateful to ride alongside everyone in the industry. The journey for student athletes, you know this today, doesn't last long. The impact is forever. Thank you all so much for being here today. Again, sorry I can't be there with you doing it, but for all of you, thanks for your hard work, your sacrifice, your commitment, making the American Conference the leader we have become in this state. We have a big national voice in the future of college sports, and we will not stop doing everything we can for student athletes. Enjoy Wichita, enjoy this fantastic symposium, and I promise I'll see you again soon.
goes down. Let's make this night unforgettable. Making memories we won't recall. One more song is never enough. We ain't gonna stop when the sun comes up. Put the night on replay, 'cause we never wanna lose this rush. Oh no. Shame on me, I'm a fool for the melody. I don't wanna stop right now. All I need is a drum with the heavy beat. Hit me with that future sound. It's time to let go. We're not going home. This feeling I can't live without. So shame on me, I'm a fool for the melody. This is our party, and this is where the beat goes down. This is where the beat goes This is where the beat goes. This is where the beat goes.
One when they handed it to me, I was like, it's off. That's why it wasn't working.
This is on. I'm not good with technology. No, you're all set.
The new one coming out, but like that's they said that last year.
Be large and in charge. Hey everyone, we're gonna get started. Can everyone quiet down? Attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Awesome. Good afternoon, everybody. Are we having fun yet? Yes. My name's Michelle Adams. I am the FAR at Tulane, and it is my great pleasure to introduce the second student panel. And this really, it's entitled Building a Championship Culture. And
I think this is so important these days. Picking up from the first student panel, we saw all of the changes, all of the challenges to building a culture in any event in student athletics these days. And so I'm really excited to introduce this panel and to hear what you all have to say. So I'll turn it over to the moderator. Thank you.
Hi guys, how are we? Good? Okay, I'm gonna need a little more energy. Are we good? Okay, amazing, amazing. Welcome to Wichita State. So glad that you guys are here. I am excited to be your moderator for this panel. I just want to tee this up for us a bit. So stick with me while I read. Most of my student athletes and my fellow staff members, they know me as our Shock Student Athlete Development Coordinator. All the things we heard student athletes talk about earlier that maybe they don't have help with, those are the things that I do. So NIL, stuff like that, make sure they know how to be career ready. However, there are people who still call me coach because prior to coming here to WSU's campus, I coached at the highest level of men's collegiate bowling for the last 7 years. We had All-Americans, Players of the Year, and even won national championships. Heck yeah, let's go. Being able to make a positive impact with student athletes as a coach and now as a development coordinator is only possible because of the sport culture that was here at Wichita State. I was built from it. Being and building a sustainable, productive, and positively impactful culture takes time. It's a challenging feat, especially in an environment now where we're seeing turnover for our coaches and students very quickly, very highly. As student athletes and head coaches, the goal everyone is willing to talk about, we all know it, winning a banner, winning a trophy. And our schools, they proudly display them when they happen, but we're not necessarily willing to talk about the things that we have to do to get there. However, championship culture is a different beast. Culture within a program provides a sturdy foundation for those trophies, and more importantly, it provides a vulnerable safe space for our coaches and our student athletes to be the most important thing, and that's just a human being. At the root of what we do in athletics, our job is to grow people, to make sure that we're proud of them as alums, and that they go on to do really great things when they graduate. Sport is a platform for growth, and it continues to evolve. Rather than what we've previously known as a traditional recruiting process, is now something that becomes a recruiting process over and over again, as we heard from our panel earlier today. So with that, today we will dive into variables currently affecting our cultures and how we build them. Some of it risky to talk about, so please be patient with our panel today as they answer some questions, both a coach and our student athletes. Today we have the privilege of chatting with these 5 student athletes and one of our very best head coaches here on Wichita State's campus. Please help me in welcoming them as they introduce themselves.
Hi guys, I'm Jordan Hunter. I play basketball at Memphis University. I am from Birmingham, Alabama, and I'm a sophomore.
I'm Shania Price. I'm a sophomore on the women's basketball team at UNT, and I'm from Fort Worth.
I'm Charlie Floyd. I'm a sophomore on the Tulane Swim and Dive team, and I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina.
My name is Sergin Babacar Diallo. I'm a sophomore at the University of South Florida, and I play soccer.
My name is Cheyenne Rowe. I am a senior on the UTSA women's basketball team, and I'm from Toronto, Canada.
Thanks for having me. I'm Chris Lamb, Wichita State Volleyball from Northern California.
Coach, tell them how long you've been here.
This is my 26th season.
All right, there we go. Hey. All right, we're going to get us started. My first topic that I want to talk about, and I'm going to be really honest with you guys. As a moderator, I'm not the type of person who walks in here with a set of questions. I'm going to go based on what the conversation is. So they have a lot of topics we could cover today, and they're prepared for them all. But we're going to start with this very first one, which is first impressions and building trust fast. Every team dies at the end of the season for a new one to be born. Coaches change, players change. I'd love to know, with the ever-evolving transfer portal, part of the equation becomes how quickly are you able to dissolve new players into the system and culture that has already been built? What is that like as a student athlete? What is that like as a coach?
I'll start, I guess. So every single time when someone new comes or freshmen come in, there's always going to be there may be people that have been on the team for a few years. There may be people who have only been on the team for 1 year. Me personally, this specific year has been my 3rd year at UTSA, and we had a few transfers and then some some freshmen come in. And the main goal for me was to, help them acclimate into our culture. And the best way to do that is just by communicating it to them. We're a team that we play together. We all want to win. We are going to, be the kind of team that keeps pushing through with everything. And then also to show that in practice as well. With whatever coach says, I try to lead by example, and yeah.
I can go next. I truly believe that if you set a really good standard, it will leave a longing impact for the next generation to come. So for instance, if you build a culture where everyone is like held to the same standard, regardless who you are, top players or like the one who cares about it, doesn't matter. Also having like a coach who are really willing to connect with their player outside of the sports, very important. I have the chance to have a coach who really support me. We actually have a game tomorrow, but he let me come here and really, that's pretty awesome, because he's not only focused on like playing, but also like how can he help me become a better version of myself. So if tomorrow the coach leave and another coach comes, I'm able like to kind of, help the same way and then talk to the coach how the culture is here and, help each other become like a better version of ourselves.
Yeah, like I said, I'm a sophomore on the Tulane swim and dive team, and I think coming in as a freshman was probably the scariest thing for me. I went to the same school for 12 years. I swam at the same club for like my whole life, so like starting something new was really hard for me. And I think building trust and building like friendship, not only with your class, but with all the classes. I got really close. My best friend on the team is a senior, and I think she's always been super welcoming of all the freshmen. And I think spreading that type of like aspect of bringing the freshmen in, letting them see who you are instead of like having like an intimidation factor to the freshmen, I think is a really big thing. And I think it builds a lot of trust within the team.
I'll say for me, being a person that came from a team with 2 people that stayed my freshman year, and then this year we had 3 people stay. There's a lot of ins and outs with our program, and so having a growth mindset, being open to meeting new people, just welcoming others even when they're new, like they're having these same feelings, emotions, they're scared, they don't know if they're going to play or not, all these moving factors. And so really just being an open ear, a person that's someone that can talk to is really one of the biggest things I'd say was helping.
I transferred, and so my coach got fired from my last school, and so was posed with the option to leave or stay, and I didn't know like culturally if that fit for me, so I decided to transfer. But the school I was coming to only had 2 people that stayed as well, so we had 10 new transfers, all trying to figure out moving on the same day. We had 2 days before we started workouts, and it was like, okay, what are we doing? And so transferring, I didn't approach it that way, but I didn't think about my teammates beside me about, they just transferred too. I'm thinking like, well, how are we going to figure this out? It's a quick time period. We had an exhibition really early. And so just getting to know each other, I think we connected really fast off the court. Like our coach would say, like anytime she sees one of us, like it's never just one person by themselves. It's always like a group of 3, and then it's never the same 3 people. Like we're always mixing it up, mixing it around, trying to figure out who each other were pretty quickly. And so this year our coach got fired again. And so I decided to stay, and because I found my home, but it's also like there's the turnover again. Like I just got my feet set. I don't want to transfer again. Like she said, I went to the same high school, played at the same club for as long as I can remember. Like I've never stepped out of like moving. That's not really me. And so I was trying to decide like what does Memphis offer for me, and I decided like that was more important than leaving to go with the coach or figure out like what's next. And so bringing in the culture and trying to match it with the new coach and what Memphis wants and the new people coming in is going to be like my next top priority. So just trying to think about how we can all mesh together, because I say like coaching, I feel so bad for coaches now because you don't coach just basketball, your sport. You have to coach the kids and the culture, and it's like a melting pot. Like there's so many different people, so many aspects, NIL, like it's so much to think of, and you have to take like one thing at a time, even though you have a quick time period. So,
Coach, what are your thoughts?
Transfer portal, we're still there.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think I've changed anything with my behavior and our behavior within the culture of the program. It's just, it seems like there's just more transactions now than there were. And the timing, volleyball's a fall sports, there's a lot going on in December and at the end of the year. I would just say to all you guys that you got to be nimble and resilient and have a relationship with change and discomfort. And I'm literally going to leave it at that. Think of it as a relationship, and just one more challenge of athletics, no big deal. We live with that every day, so it doesn't freak me out. I keep hearing, just so you know, I'm on your side. All I hear from my generation is kids these days. Well, then what about adults these days? I point it right back at them. So I hope that makes sense to some of you.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, the conversations surrounding the transfer portal. As a coach, I love the transfer portal. And the reason is because every kid that was in there had some ownership over where they were going with their life. They knew they wanted to make a change. And so the question I would pose to all of you is, when you transfer, are you quitting on the culture? Do you not believe in it anymore? Or are you just taking a hold of your own path? What does that mean for you?
I think like the portal gives you an opportunity like you said, control your own path, create your own destiny. And sometimes it can be a cultural thing. Like maybe you thought you signed up for something that, wasn't what you were looking for. Like you're fighting the locker room every day, or they prioritize certain things. But usually, like before the change happened, you had to stay and figure it out and persevere. And those are good qualities to have. But it's also like, am I sacrificing my mental health? Like, it's okay to be with different people, but it's not okay to compromise yourself in that. So I feel like it's a good thing that you can, just control your own destiny.
I would say with the culture part, I know at least for the people that have been on my team, a lot of them came to our school because of how good our culture was. And so for people too leaving, they're like, so what's the reason why? Like, what happened? And it's like, when it's like bigger school, more money, like other things that are outside of culture. So we also have to take that into consideration when we talk about that.
To add on to that, a lot of people from my team transferred before I got there, and I think we got a new a new coach, and the culture really did change. I think for a lot of people, like the team, the coach, like what you believe in, what you're working for is super important. So I think that's a big aspect in the transfer portal.
I am a transfer myself, and I have a very different reason why I transfer. And the reason is that my coach, George Kiefer, he was at Grand Canyon University. That's where I transferred from to come at USF. And the only reason was that I have a great relationship with him. And not that the school I was at was not fitting for me, but also I knew he was someone that really can help me, with my future at what I want to do. He really pushed me to, step out my comfort zone. I'm here doing this. I can barely speak English, but he always pushing me and my other teammates, to really step out our comfort zone and do what we're supposed to do, not really what we feel like doing. Because sometimes you might be somewhere which is great, but it's not necessarily what you need to grow. So I feel like transfer sometimes can be really important, though it might be seen as something negative, but I feel like it's something very, good that we have.
I'm also a transfer myself, so my reasoning for transferring happened to be partly because of culture, partly because of other reasons. But the reason I chose UTSA was because of the coaching staff and what their vision was for the culture. And I completely agreed with that. I fully bought into it. They treated me as if I was a person, not just a basketball player, and that's what I really loved. And for the years to come and the years from past, I think that culture changes because as people come in and go, culture will change. But the essence of it, if the coach stays, then it usually stays the same. And I feel like transferring it is useful, and bringing new people in helps enhance the culture more as well.
Just listening, it makes me wonder if I haven't transferred. I've had 4 coaching jobs. You guys keep talking. Kids these days, well, coaches, they leave, so maybe I jumped in the portal 26 years ago. I don't know. I feel like we've learned from our transfers that came in that I guess we're a happy place and something we should obviously be proud of. But I think something I'd ask you guys to consider is, are you running from something or are you running to something? And perhaps it could be both, but I think that's worthy of consideration and something that I know that I would like to learn a little bit about when I'm talking to you about joining our program. So I hope that made a little bit of sense.
Yeah, and almost every single sentence that you guys said had 2 words in it combined together, and it was culture and coaching staff. And as a former player, I don't think our coaches developed our culture at all. I think it was the players. And so my question to you would be, if it is player driven, why do coaching staffs, have the ability to drive it as well? And do star players drive it, or is it the role players that drive the culture?
I want to say it's the role players, not the star players, because star players change year to year, but usually if the role player stays, the role player will always be the role player. And they're more of a leader on the side. It's not always the loudest voice. It's not always the one that scores the most points. It's the one that, works hardest. It's the one that, that gets on the floor. It's the one that you aspire to be. It's the person you look up to. They're the role players. They're the ones that set the culture. They're the ones that set the standard that the rest of the team wants to follow.
I would say having a leadership groups is very important to have in every team, and create like different group that would invite every single one of us to be part of the team and not just have 2 or 3 voices. Leaders create leaders. So if we have everyone really coming together to work together rather than just having 1 or 2 people leading every team, as a captain, it's very important to have. But I feel like if we have everyone buy into what the culture is, it's going to be very conducive for the success of the team as the year goes.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely, yeah.
What if your leadership group is a negative one?
I mean, that's when the coaches staff come in, really talk to. Am I loud enough? Because I can hear myself yeah, it's pretty weird. Yeah. So I can only speak for experience, right? Our coach barely have a say into what goes on in the locker room just because of the leadership we have. And first starting at Grand Canyon, we have great players. Some of the leaders were a little bit negative because they were instructing instead of trying to lead and help others. Because if you're a leader, you're not. It's like an action. It's not like a position. You know what I mean? So you really there try to help the player, and then how do you help them by meeting them where they are? Coach Marshall said earlier, the coaches can go and talk to those players and be like, if you want to help, this is how you help them. Coaching them outside of the soccer also, how can you bring the best out of your teammates? Because if you put them down after you put them in the field, they're not gonna do good. If they don't good, the whole team is gonna lose. So it's really how can we help people to help others positively? That's what I might say.
I feel like in swim, there's not really one star player. It's especially since there are so many different events and stuff. But I don't think that the star player solely controls the culture and atmosphere. Just because I think also another thing in swim, everyone complains. It's super easy to complain, and I guess that's with every sport. But it's just one person, one negative comment can really ruin the whole meet, the whole culture. And I think that just everyone as a whole has a really big part. And sorry, I'm blanking on what I'm trying to say. But yeah, I think that it's not one specific person that changes the culture. It's everyone's mindset together to commit to being positive and commit to getting through with things, because my friends in the distance group, one person's like, oh, I don't want to swim the mile, and then everyone's like complaining about that, and then it spreads to everyone else, and that just kind of ruins team culture as a whole, I guess.
For my team, our coaches really are the culture setters, in a sense, like this is what we want our team to be like. But at the end of the day, it comes down to the players. Like what you put in is what you're going to get out of it. If you're complaining or you have a bad attitude or you're not showing up to workouts right, that's really what sets the standard for your team. And then for the either role players or star players setting the culture, for us, it's really who shows up every day, works hard every day. Our leaders aren't going to be always the people that are starting, and it's not going to be people that will be on the bench. It's really who you are as a person and how you attack the day. And so with that, I'd say that what you get out of your culture is really what you hold yourself to and then what your teammates to.
I think like going back to like the role player thing, I think from our last culture we took everybody needs to be a star in their role. So our role player of leadership usually wasn't the person who was playing the most, but they understood the most of like what the coaches wanted and stuff like that, and they were a star in that role. So that's the person we would go to for that certain thing. Like if it was, we have a teammate that does like anything social, like if we need to be on community service on time, like that was the start, like that she's a star in her role. And so like that's why I feel like there's no such thing as a star player. And then like you said, can coaches impact that? I think they can, because at the end of the day, like if you do get negative comments and stuff like that, like we're all the same age, or like sometimes it's just like, okay, I was 18 supposed to set the culture and I'm talking to a grad senior, like that's a grown woman, like what do you want me to do about it? And so like, and it's some things like, and with transfer, like they take things from other schools that you can't really, impact, and that's up to the coach to like set that straight. And also like you're not going to talk bad to the person that's writing your check. I don't know about y'all, but I won't be doing that to my boss. Like, okay, at the end of the day. So I think it's their job to step in and like correct things. So.
Okay, I feel like my answer changed as I heard you guys. By the way, swimming a mile, that sounds brutal. Not so sure I would want that job either. I feel like I'll offer, if I say this right, I'm sure there'll be some questions. I feel like what I would like to offer up to you all is I may literally be the least authoritarian person by nature in this room, and I try to keep it that way. I'll let you guys simmer on that for a second and wonder how that could possibly be a good thing. I challenge you to think of this. I guess I want to say that I want this to be very organic in terms of leadership. I hope we can figure that out as a team. Something I find myself saying often when we're talking about leadership is sort of it belonging to somebody. My challenge to you all would be, the idea of make yourself at home. You guys have probably heard that before. You probably said that to somebody who came to visit, or maybe you were challenged with that when you joined a team. But at what point do you actually do it? When do you literally get up and go through the refrigerator? You know what I mean? Then you've arrived. And the comfort zone that comes with that is what I think I'm trying to pay attention to. So I hope that there's harmony on stage. I hope that we're all in a band together here, and I hope we're making music together, and I hope that it's not like anybody's drowning anybody else out. To me, when you've accomplished that, I think you've got something. So I get a little nervous around the word leadership because I hate the top-down concept. I'm very Socratic, which means collaboration, and I hope that there was some motivating words in there.
Thank you. And when I hear you guys talk, it immediately comes to mind, I think it's popular in sport culture right now amongst teams to say the phrase, it's we over me, right? It's we over me. And there's a lot of people that are in my role in this room that we have conversations about how do we help student athletes, not as an athlete, erase that part. How do we help them as humans? So my question to you guys, and I would challenge to ask you, is does we over me harm the ability for our student athletes to learn to put themselves first? Does it harm our ability to be able to help you understand that you are a priority? Sorry for the hard question.
The way I see it, I think also everything is about perspective. And if I say we over me and I'm doing something for you, and I believe you will do something for me as well. So I'm really putting myself first, but just indirectly. And I feel like it's very important concept to me. Yeah.
I think I'll add on to that, because when you help someone else, you give yourself, like when you help someone else and they're happy, you're happy. So it's like a two-way streak. It's like, in a way, when you talk about we over me, it's, I don't know what I'm saying, but it's kind of it's it's in a way you're helping yourself. You're helping your own image, and sometimes like the other person is going to help you back, and then therefore you can help yourself. And when you help the entire team, when the team succeeds, you succeed. When your team wins, you win. So we over me is, there's still me. You are still part of the we. It's not them over me, it's we. You're still in that part. So when you help the we, you're still helping yourself.
So from an NIL perspective, do you think the we over me is still helpful in creating your own brand, Tasker?
For your image, yes, I would say, because it proves that you are able to help others. It proves that you are able to get outside of yourself. It proves that you are able to be someone that other people want to see do well. Money-wise, no. At the end of the day, it's still you. At the end of the day, you still need the money. But for the image part, yes, I would say it helps.
Yeah, so to make sure I understand correctly, you're saying, yeah, it could help me from an NIL perspective if I put myself in a position to play at a high level and be recognized. Is that true?
Basically, yeah.
Cool.
I liked how you talked about perspective, like with the we versus me, because if you go extreme, like we can be like, I'm putting myself on the line, I'm doing this for the team, this and that, and I'm not getting recognition that I deserve. And so I think that's where some people can get like blindsided in it. Then that becomes the point where it's like your culture's bad, or you're thinking about, oh, I don't belong here, like I don't feel like I'm welcomed, or things like that. So I think if you look at the extreme, like yes, we can be bad, but lately I've been saying like, what can I do for my teammates instead of we can do for my teammates, or if that makes sense. But like, what can I do to make the most out of this moment or the day, or whatever I'm attacking for a rep or skill-wise development.
Sort of adding on to that, our coach, like going into conference, we had a big conversation about team, like being a team, because I feel like, again, it's a really, I like have an individual sport, and it's honestly not, oh, sorry, it's not the worst thing in the world to like prioritize yourself and your like recovery, your sleep, all of this stuff, because at the end of the day, making yourself better still helps the whole team. So like, even though you're choosing yourself over your team, you're still like actually benefiting your team by like help improving yourself, I guess.
I would add on to that, like we got a little cheat sheet, so I got to see the questions a little bit, and I was really struggling with this one because I really struggle with like I'm trying to do the most for my teammates, and like something that Sydney said at my table the other day like clicked in my head. Like she said that she pours into other people, and it's kind of devastating when people don't pour back into you. And like you said, like it's a cultural thing. So like for me, like I felt like I got myself in a lot of situations where I felt very disappointed on things I can't control. And so like that's where the we versus me thing, like you can start focusing on what you can control. Like you said, there's so much turnover. Like the person that's affecting me today might not even be here tomorrow. Like, so it's really like you have to focus on yourself. And I got challenged this year. I think my coach saw that and was like, hey, like focus on yourself, because I got so lost in like, okay, it's a team clicking, like, and as a point guard, like I'm supposed to facilitate and make sure everybody's playing together. And so like I wasn't focusing on myself. And she said, have you ever thought about like you being the best version of you, how that will help everybody else out? And so I think it's like very important, like going back to say stressing the theme of like trying not to lose yourself, pouring into the sport that you love so much. And like as a team sport, like it's very easy, I feel like, to get involved in what everybody to the left and to the right of you are doing, and sometimes being the best version of you and reflecting on you can help everybody else like boost where they're trying to go.
Coach?
I want to go back to the last question first. Like, I was going to say, we talk about leaderships and role players. Who doesn't have a role? Who's not a role player? Just throwing that out there. I'm a little nervous about. We all got roles to do. Obviously, it gets sliced and diced, and responsibilities get handed out. But I literally consider everybody on my team a role player. In regards to this question, I was telling Sydney earlier, there is 100 of these sport slogans or phrases or something that goes out there that I just feel like I'm not exactly in line with the norm. The we versus me thing, I don't like it. It's like, I need the best version of you. And some people have different needs than others. And it might be popularity, it might be social, and now we're obviously talking about dollars and cents, and there's just things going on, and people have different sets of circumstances getting recruited into the program in the first place. There's all kinds of shapes and sizes with putting a team together, and I'll just leave it with this. When we were in the Missouri Valley, we were literally the most traveled sports team in the country. We Shocker Volleyball logged more miles on a bus every year than anybody. We were on a flight. We didn't have flights. We bussed, and our schools were 14 hours away, some of them. And I got into a relationship with a lot of our bus drivers, and one of them we had an argument one day. And he's like, when I listen to you talk, it almost sounds like you put people over program. And I'm like, damn right I do. I don't understand why buildings and titles and logos and mascots and all that would ever be considered more important than any person. And my brain goes there with this one. I literally want to know what I can do to get the best version out of everybody. And if we get there, they will understand their role on the team. They will understand the we part. So I feel like it solves it for me. I hope that made some sense.
It makes tons of sense. And when I hear you talk about that, I think to your coaching staff and how great they are. And I know how you would answer this question because I know them and I have the privilege of knowing them. But I'm curious from our student athlete standpoint, you just heard Coach Lamb talk about how he believes in something. It'd be really interesting if an assistant coach or a trainer or a media person or somebody else who travels with your team maybe doesn't align with that same sentiment. My question to you is, how much does it matter that an entire staff is in alignment to you when you're visiting places, when you're there? How much does that impact your mental?
It impacts it a lot, I feel like, because this year I spent a lot of time with our athletic trainer. I had my first ever injury, and just like being there with her and just seeing like culturally, like it matters from head to toe of like, are you embodying what your head coach sees, what your players want, and like how she advocates for other people. And I feel like the first time when I went to P4 school, so I went there and I was a point guard, and my mom coached me, so it was a big thing of like finding a coach that kind of would replace her. Like that relationship for me was very important, and so I didn't look at her assistant coaches and the athletic staff and the nutritionists, and that really did play into part because I realized like how could we be on the same page if they're not on the same page. And so coming in the transfer portal the second time, I felt like I got a do-over to like do it right. So I looked at how they interacted with anybody, like the AT, the assistant coaches, like just seeing how everybody works together and can they be cohesive. So
for me, I specifically went to the school that I'm at now because of the coaching staff. So for me, it's very important. But I also realize at the end of the day, like even people that aren't directly working with me, like other staff members, I can't change who they are. And if I don't like them or they don't like me, that's like life. At the end of the day, like people are going to be people. And so realizing that has helped me with my outlook on culture and how I like approach people.
That's a very good question for sure. I feel like at the end of the day, everyone like have their own opinions. Even if all the coaching staff have like a one set of goal, like this is the standard. Like sometimes they would like have some differences. So actually, you as a player, like what really mattered to you is like the most important thing, I believe. So if you align with something, it's not gonna be perfect all the time. just like try to see the positive thing of it. And if you find something, that you don't like align with, I would say like have a conversation with your coaching staff, or like whoever it might be, because that might help a lot. Just to talk about the experience I have with George Kiefer, great coach, but I don't always like talk with him in a good way, but sometimes I go against him sometimes, because if I don't like something, I will go and coach, what you did this, I don't like it, and then just try to have a conversation on like how can he help us, be a better version of ourselves. So sometimes you might like not like what they say, but like I said earlier, it's not necessarily what you feel like, but what is supposed to be. That is like really important.
Personally, I think trust comes into this question a lot because obviously every single person is a different person. Everyone has different opinions, different morals, things like that. And if your thoughts differ from your coaches, then it's either you trust them or you don't. I trust my coach wholeheartedly. If my thoughts differ from hers, usually I kind of just go with her thought, and I'm like, okay, you know what? She knows what she's doing, and in the end, she did. So, and I ended up, having a really good year. And but if the coaching staff altogether differs, then it's kind of like, how am I supposed to trust you if your coaching staff doesn't trust you? And it's also in a way that's like, how is the team supposed to be coherent and together if the coaching staff isn't coherent and together? How are we supposed to have a winning culture if the culture is being fractured in the middle of it?
Okay, I took that question as if the coaches might have been inconsistent with one another. Okay, then I'm either your guy or I'm not. If you were to hear in my program that one coach said this, another coach said that, I'd be sort of like, great, different set of eyes, educated human here, I have a staff here that I want to be here. I hope I'm not suppressing them either in their ability to evaluate what you're doing and the suggestions that they make. I don't believe for a second they would be saying something opposite of me just to do that. I don't think we have a contentious or adversarial thing going on. I feel like I have a responsibility to my staff, as I do to my players, to help them grow, and I want them to be authentic and genuine. And I would like to know their opinion on what they think about what you're doing out there also. I'm just as interested as you are.
When you have an assistant coach that maybe says something slightly different than you do to a player, and that player doesn't quite know which direction to go, what's your advice to these student athletes that may have that happen to them?
Congratulations. You've got a lot of opinions to sift through, and I'm glad you're getting the help. And hey, I was at a New Year's Eve party one time. My sister had a party. We were at a party she's a fundraiser. So I met Tiger Woods' coach. Here I am having drinks with Tiger Woods' coach. I'm like, that's Butch Harmon over there. And I'm like, I'm not going to say anything. And finally, I'm like, hey, what's your favorite thing about Tiger? You know what he said? He likes being coached. And I'm not his only coach. I'm like, wow, best golfer in the world. And he just wants feedback from somebody who's sitting there watching him take swings. Because, you don't have the best version. I mean, you don't see you as well as I see you, right? You don't have the best view of you, is the way we say it. And here we are watching. We're seeing what you're doing. And I hope you would respect the opinions of someone whose job it is to stand there and help you through this challenge. So, I'm all for it. And it doesn't scare me one bit.
Amazing. Would you like to answer?
Yeah. I already forgot my answer. I feel like it's super easy to obviously in an ideal world everyone would have the same idea and same opinions and everything is really smooth, but obviously that's not going to happen in sports. You grew up in different backgrounds, different coaches, so you're gonna have conflicts with your coaches. And I feel like the easiest way to get through that is meeting in the middle or talking about it and discussing it, because I feel like you can go back and forth for as long as you want in your philosophies and either just anything in general. But I think at the end of the day, coming to a decision that meets in the middle, or another thing, trying both is the most important thing, because no one's just automatically right no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely. And a question that I heard in a lot of coaching seminars over the last decade was, would you rather be respected or would you rather be liked? It was a very common question. And I think most coaches would say they would rather be respected. But my question to this group is, would you rather leave a legacy or would you rather win a trophy? And what does legacy mean to you from a culture perspective?
I don't see those two things as being one or the other at all. I mean, I hope you guys are always hoping that at your funeral people will have nice things to say, good things to say, and I hope we all can experience, reaching these championship goals from time to time at any level. It's nice to see. It's nice to be a part of, but I don't want to say it's like one's exclusive to the other or something. I just think you got to show up to go to work every single day. Please don't forget that. And I hope you guys are in a position to literally win championships, or at least feel like you've done what you needed to do to get there. And obviously, we see sports; anything can happen. There's all kinds of variables. But when you guys put yourself in a position to win, I hope once in a while you can get over the top. It's fun for everybody.
I would love to be both as well, but if I had to choose, I would choose legacy. I'm the type of person where I want to see how I can impact other people no matter where I'm at, what I'm doing, and if I do that, then I know that I did something good. If someone says something about me, I'm like, hey, like, da-da-da-da, and they're like, oh my gosh, like, that's what I want to do too, or this, that, and the third. But if I can leave a legacy, I know that I did my part or my role on this earth, and that I truly did something that I was proud of.
Yeah, I would say the same. Like, I don't think you have to do one without the other, but I do feel like you don't have to compromise like you to win. And I feel like at some point in my life I was doing that. I seem very nice and shy, but I used to be a very angry person. But it helped me win games. And so like I had to have a reflection with myself and be like, okay, I want to win, but like at what cost? Like I couldn't appreciate what was in front of me. I couldn't like tell myself congratulations because I'm always like looking for the next win and not worrying like how I felt. Like I didn't feel good winning that way. Like I wanted to win and be happy and be like looking to the left and to the right of me and be like, these are the people I won with. And I think like I also thought about how my teammates would view me, and I didn't want to put winning over the cost of like putting other people down. And so that's why I feel like I'd rather people come back and you always remember how people made you feel, not necessarily exactly what they said. And so I feel like I want people to be like, oh, I felt great about Jordan. Like, and so that's what I would say, like a one-off, kind of like the likability thing. Like, yeah, the respect, and I respected you, but I also liked how you carried yourself. I liked how you did that. And if we win, that's amazing.
I agree with what you just said, and I think everyone have like one thing that fulfills them, and I feel like if you prioritize your legacy, by default you will end up like winning, and each one can define what is like winning for them. But to talk like about like a team, I feel like having a very good legacy it's far more important than thinking about winning, because if you have like a lot of players will have talent, but you don't have like a good character, and that would like help the team. Like, you're not gonna go nowhere. It's just kind of remind me of a quote that I read from the Legacy book by James Kerr. Exceptional success requires exceptional circumstances. So that's when it's important for coaches when they recruit. It's good to recruit a very talented player, but it's also very good to recruit like good persons that are really gonna help the program, like help when the coach is not there to to lead the team, and that's what legacy means to me. And by default, you're gonna win.
I would definitely rather build a legacy than have like a championship. I feel like last year my team got 2 fifth-year seniors, and we did like, well, I'm a sophomore, so I've only been there for 1 year. But from my coach's perspective, we did like a lot better than we had ever done in the past. And I think obviously we didn't win, but the things they brought to the team, like their like point of view, their culture, like everything is something that our team kind of like built off of this year. And I think leaving that legacy can lead you to one day a championship. But in order to get there, you need like that like starting point. And I feel like building, like having that legacy and like having people think of you like in that way is super important.
I want both. Um, my hard work would prove that I'm a greedy person when it comes to achievements, but if I had to choose, it would definitely also be legacy. And for me, the legacy I want to leave, I want to be the reason that someone else wins a championship. You know, like I want them to think about me and be like, oh, I remember that Cheyenne said this, and this is how I'm going to live my life. And that's who I aspire to be. That's the kind of person I want to be. That's the kind of senior I want to be for other people. So leaving a legacy for sure.
Amazing. Can we give it up for our panelists? Yes, absolutely. I thank you guys so much for allowing me to challenge you with some questions. I'm not so sure that our committee thought were going to come out of this discussion, but I feel like they're ones that maybe we don't ask in public all the time, but we should definitely be talking about. So thank you guys so much for being vulnerable and answering those, both as a student athlete and as a coach. Appreciate you. With that being said, I'm sure you guys hear all of the super fun music that the weather is blessing us with outside. I'm sure we're going to have an update on our schedule for the rest of the day. And with that, I will hand it over to our team.
Thank you, Sydney. Thank you, panelists. Good conversation. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much. We are now moving into a break, so we'll have about 10 minutes before our next session. We are in a thunderstorm warning right now, and the wind's howling and so forth. We're monitoring it closely. The building does have emergency procedures in place in the unlikely event that we need to use them. And then we'll see where we are after the next presentation with the tour. So 10 minutes, everybody.
Okay, everybody, can we hear it? Can you all hear me? No? Yes? Maybe so? All right, let's get back so we can do the next. Hello? I know. If we play like music, it'd be like, then we'll get them. Yeah. Okay, everybody, we're going to get back to it. If you mind getting your seats. It's too much fun back there with the Wichita State folks. Hello? Bueller. Sorry, that's my generation. That was for the FARs. All right. Hello. Thank you, everybody. And that's all you need to know for the quiz today. Those of you who don't pass, you have to come back. All right, so we're going to start the next presentation. So if you wouldn't mind finding your seats. This next presenter is Dr. Jeffrey McCharles. Dr. McCharles currently is assistant professor in management at the University of North Texas. Dr. McCharles got his bachelor's degree from the University of Ottawa, actually degrees. We got a biology as well as psychology degrees. The master's from the London Metropolitan University, and then finished with his PhD in management, specializing in sport management from the University of Massachusetts Amherst. All right. He frequently teaches courses that involve management in sports and entertainment industry, and his research focuses more on the understanding the complexities for sports organizations to attract, recruit, develop, as well as retain talent. So I'd like to kind of pass this over for Dr. Jeffrey McCharles.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for organizing this, Wichita State and the American Conference. It's really great to be here, and I just want to also acknowledge my co-authors on this project, Dr. Stacy Warner and Dr. Kendall Shores from East Carolina University, who unfortunately couldn't be here with us. But I'll hold the fort down for us, for our team here. So I want to start with, again, just a thank you to the American Conference for providing the funds for this research. It's really amazing to see the investment in student-athlete well-being and that is being funded so that we can do our part as researchers to hopefully make a difference for our student-athletes. And so I just want to thank you again, and the FARs and everybody who was involved in sort of selecting our grant and all the grants here this year. It's been really great to see what our researchers have been coming up with. So I want to start with some sort of questions and discussion to just sort of set the tone for what we're going to be talking about in our research, what we did in our research. So who in this room could say that they themselves have a mentor? Just put your hands up. Okay, good. Now, who in this room would consider themselves a mentor to someone else? Okay, about the same number of hands, so that's pretty good. So let's just take a couple minutes and I'll just sort of point you out. Hopefully there's a mic somewhere that we can get to people perfect. What does mentoring actually look like to you, whether from the perspective of being the mentee or being the mentor? What kind of things do you think of when you think of mentoring? Yeah, right here.
My mentor is somebody I met in high school. He's kind of like a second dad to me. Like if it's something I don't want to go to my actual dad about, like something I can't talk to him about, and I'll call him, and it's like the same thing, just somebody I can go to.
Yeah, close relationship, sort of a safe space sometimes too, right? Good. Okay.
My mentor, she's a law professor at West Point. She's a major in the Army, and like the person that she is and her path in life is really similar to like what I want mine to look like. So I'm kind of, if I found someone that I think thinks like me and like who I kind of want to be like and trying to take advice from them, then yeah, I try to do that too with like my mentee, like one of me and Kai's teammates. Like I think it's kind of a professional development thing. So.
Yeah, career development, talking about career pathways and growth, and also sort of role modeling that too. Yeah.
I've been a part of a mentorship thing for like high school and middle school golfers because there's not really a straight path for how to play golf and how to get into college, and honestly how to actually email my colleges and stuff. So I think that's been teaching them kind of what I didn't do or what I wish I did or what I did and that I actually saw worked.
Good. Awesome. Maybe one more. You have another hand? See one? Oh, oh. Wherever's closest, maybe. Oh. Oh, I was pointing over here.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. I thought you kept pointing that way. I was like, I don't see a hand.
That's my fellow Canadian. I had to pick her out. Yeah, Toronto. I'm from Halifax, but still.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I would say a mentor is like, because for me personally, someone with the same kind of struggles, except they were able to overcome those struggles. So just kind of the same lifestyle, same struggles, same adversities, and then being able to overcome them and seeing how it's done.
Yeah, exactly. So you sort of have that kinship with someone because you're in a similar situation. All right. Awesome. So I just want to, again, sort of tell you a little bit about what I'm going to do today. So I'll give you a little bit of background about sort of why we did our study and then just some sort of framework literature and theory that we use to help sort of guide the direction for our research questions and how we designed our survey. And then I'll kind of go through the results quickly and then talk about some of the discussions and implication, which I think is the most valuable part. And I hope, you know, those of you in this room that are faculty, that are FIRs, that are working in institutions might be able to think about how we ourselves can advocate for some of these changes that can sort of help faculty become better mentors for our student athletes. So we know that faculty-student interactions are critical for academic success, motivation, and persistence of college students. But specifically for student athletes, they're also very important, but it can be more complicated. And that's because of things you all know about, the demands of your athletic schedules, the institutional constraints that come around with these things, and then the rapidly changing landscape of college athletics that, you know, a lot of faculty may just not know a lot about and sort of understand fully in order to be able to provide those good sort of interactions and relationships. Increased visibility of college sports also increases tension between academic and athletic roles. So again, there's always sort of that push and pull when we're trying to consider which is more important, academic or athletics, and who do we believe is really focusing on what. And the current landscape of college athletics really amplifies the importance of faculty engagement with student athletes. So again, now more than ever, you guys need that support from us. And with how quickly things are changing, faculty also need to be sort of aware of those changes and how they can better serve you in those instances. Some of the challenges with this are that faculty attitudes have not always been positive or encouraging towards student athletes. And we know that from data from 15 years ago to data from 4 years ago. We still sort of see those trends. And across NCAA divisions, we've seen that faculty members have reported that they think athletes are less academically capable and less likely to or more likely to receive that lenient treatment. And that can be challenging for student athletes because when you internalize those negative perceptions, that's going to impact your academic self-concept, make you feel even more marginalized, and make you feel you know, that you might be academically challenged when you actually are not. We know, again, from a multitude of research, particularly in the past 10 years or so, that student athletes experience higher rates of depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideation. And we also know that those challenges can be exacerbated by the cultural norms within sport that discourage vulnerability and stigmatize people seeking help. And we are trying to change that across campuses all across this country, but it's going to take some time, and we know that that sort of still exists. The other challenge that we have is that while you're going through those challenges, a lot of faculty members don't have the training to sort of support student athletes as they're struggling with their mental health. And yes, you may have resources within athletics, but faculty can also play a role. And again, sometimes, you know, you might be having struggles in a particular class and your mental health is exacerbating those things. And if faculty members don't have the training and necessary ability to sort of support you or know the best way to do so, that could also make things more challenging. So the purpose really of this grant research that we had was to explore the nature of faculty mentoring and perceptions of student athletes in the context of D1 institutions. And we really wanted to pay particular attention to the American Conference because one, you know, you did provide us with the funds, so we did want to be able to sort of research within this context. But again, we also know, our institutions are large institutions, they are diverse institutions, and so we feel like it's important to sort of investigate it within that context. A couple of the goals: look at the ways that faculty are currently engaging in mentoring student athletes. To assess those current faculty attitudes, because a lot has shifted in the past few years. Like I said, we have data from 2022 that says that faculty attitudes were typically more negative towards student athletes. So we're a couple years down the road from that. There's been a number of changes like NIL rights, these mental health concerns being more publicized. And so has that shifted these narratives at all? And then also thinking about how we can provide insights that can help create institutional strategies that will improve those faculty and athlete relationships. So just a little bit on the research that has been done. Again, faculty mentorship is critical to the academic and psychosocial development of college students, including student athletes. And we know that positive faculty mentorship of student athletes is associated with a stronger sense of campus belonging and increased motivation to pursue graduate and professional education. And that's where we start to get into this realm of this mentorship aspect, and the fact that if you have that positive faculty mentorship, it can go a long way in terms of improving and sort of sending people on the right educational and career paths down the line. If we look at it along gender lines, we know that female student athletes in particular benefit from relational mentoring models that integrate both their athletic identity with long-term career development. And again, that long-term career development is something we'll talk more about as we get into some of the data and results. We know that mentorship can help prepare athletes for life after sport. That athlete transition is really challenging, and so faculty can play a role in that. Are they doing that? We'll see. Faculty who possess mental health literacy and express openness to emotional concerns can be key allies in both prevention and intervention efforts. And so again, just having some sort of mental health literacy doesn't mean to say you need to have training. Just knowing a little bit about what the challenges can be, sort of how to talk about it, can be very helpful. This is another thing we'll talk about later, is this mentorship quality aspect. So it's about the quality, not necessarily the frequency, as a key indicator of academic success. And then we also know from research in our sport management field that disciplinary familiarity, so particularly sport management faculty, tend to also sometimes be more effective mentors because they may understand more so about what student athletes are actually going through. Now, there are many barriers to faculty engagement. There are a lot of structural and relational barriers to help incentivize that or support faculty in supporting their student athletes as well. And then there's also some faculty assumptions about athlete employability. Sometimes, again, those negative attitudes that maybe athletes might struggle with sort of getting on the right career path or getting that, and that can diminish the investment in mentoring, feeling like there's not a whole lot of reason to do it. Now, when we look at the theory that we sort of use to base our research around, we used intergroup contact theory, which has been around for 70 years pretty much. But it is really, I think, vital to what we're looking to examine because it's all about those interactions between groups. And those repeated, meaningful, high quality, and cooperative interactions in particular have been shown to reduce stereotypes and foster more positive attitudes. So when you have two groups that seem very different from each other, the more time they spend together, the more interaction they can have that is collaborative, that is high quality, the more sort of those walls are going to break down and you're going to be able to have more productive relationships. So when we think about it in terms of this study, we would say that faculty who have greater exposure to student athletes and who engage in those more substantive interactions will probably be more likely to develop supportive mentoring relationships and also have those more positive perceptions of student athletes. So breaking that down to sort of how we have to do this from a research perspective, we had 3 research questions: those faculty perceptions, how is faculty mentorship facilitated, and then what faculty attributes are associated with successful student-athlete mentoring. Again, because if we know that, we can maybe identify some faculty or identify certain groups of faculty that might be able to be leaders in terms of this faculty mentoring. So we did a mixed methods approach. So it was based around a survey, but we did a number of quantitative sort of measure type questions, and then we had some qualitative open-ended questions. We used previously validated measures of faculty attitudes towards college students and athletes, and then we added some questions as well that address contemporary issues like NIL, student-athlete mental health, and things like that. So in terms of some examples of what we asked, In terms of faculty-student-athlete interaction, we were looking at the outside of class interaction. So we asked questions like, in a typical academic term, how many times per week do you interact with student-athletes outside of class in the following ways? Having a casual conversation, and then discussing matters related to their future career. So those were sort of, there was two categories, casual interactions and then those substantive interactions that were getting a lot deeper and had the ability maybe to sort of produce sort of more substantial outputs from those interactions. We also asked some situational attitude questions. So we asked, you see a student driving an expensive car versus you see a college athlete driving an expensive car. And then we asked them, do you fall on the scale of more resentful or accepting of that? Do you fall on the scale of more positive or negative, more trusting or suspicious? And we did that with a number of different scenarios. We asked questions about their influence or their perceived influence on the student-athlete experience. So an example would be, since coming to this university, my interactions with student-athletes have had a positive influence on their intellectual growth and engagement. So they would then rate that from a 1 to 5, strongly disagree to strongly agree. We also asked questions about their beliefs and the campus climate. So this one, here's an example, a perception amongst faculty at my institution that athletics is prioritized over academics. So again, we're trying to get a sense of what is it like in your institution? What is that culture like with regards to athletics? Because could that potentially impact the way that faculty think about mentoring student athletes? Then we asked some open-ended questions. So some of these sort of were follow-up questions to a yes/no sort of question. So we asked them about if student athletes face more or fewer mental health concerns in the last 5 years, and then we said, why do you think that is? So we wanted to sort of pick their brains on why do you think they might be struggling more than they maybe were previously. We also asked if they are familiar with the term NIL, and have you noticed any differences in your student athletes related to that? So they were able to sort of expand on it. And then also we just sort of asked them carte blanche, like just talk to us about mentoring intercollegiate athletes. And we did actually get a lot of responses, because obviously you weren't required to write anything here, but we did get a lot of those open-ended responses, which was great. So we did our quantitative analysis via SPSS. We used descriptive statistics. We did a multivariate ANOVA and Welch's ANOVA, and then multiple linear regression models. I'm a qualitative researcher, so that means pretty much nothing to me, but I thought I'd just tell y'all. And then our qualitative analysis was through in vivo. Version 15, we did a thematic analysis, and again, we sort of focused on that matrix coding at the end because we were trying to tie the quantitative results into our qualitative responses to really come up with a robust sort of set of findings and then implications based on all of that data tied together. So if you look at the faculty demographic characteristics, we had 373 respondents. So they had actually been teaching for quite some time, about 15 years was the average. They were slightly skewed to be a little bit more teaching focused. And on average, they reported they probably taught about 10 or 9.5 student athletes per semester. Many of them were familiar with NIL. Now, again, we just asked, are you familiar with it? We didn't ask how much you know about it. But yes, 80% said yes, they were. And then 66% said, yes, we believe that student athletes are facing more mental health challenges. 30% said about the same. So a very, very, very negligible amount said that they were experiencing less. Now, when we look at the mentoring behaviors that we're seeing with student athletes, some of the things that came up here, and what you'll notice sort of overall from this, is that it's really those casual interactions that are more prominent, and we're not seeing a lot of the substantive interactions. So again, this is times per week. So brief greetings 3 times per week. So say you teach them 3 times a week, it's probably like a hello, how are you? Oh, that was a good game, you know, something like that. Casual conversation, so going into a little bit more depth with a conversation, but again, about something very much sort of probably course related. And when we look at down at the bottom there, the career discussions and the personal discussions. So those are the ones we typically would associate with mentoring in particular. And we're seeing that at a much sort of lower incidence rate here. So we're seeing, again, maybe less than 1 time per week having a personal discussion with a student athlete or a career discussion. Now, when we start to look at some of the more substantial results here, we were looking at the ANOVA results for faculty attributes and mentoring outcomes. So the mentoring outcomes here are things like, Intellectual influence. So all we put up here on the screen were the things that actually were significant or that were important. So things that didn't sort of hit in that significance, we didn't bother listing. We just wanted to talk about the things where there was a relationship or a connection. So we have intellectual influence was one that did hit for experience. So what that means is that the more experience a faculty member had, the more they felt that they had some sort of influence on the intellectual development of a student athlete. So again, those more senior faculty members said, yes, I feel like I am contributing to their intellectual development. Personal development, so again, that's sort of them growing as a person, as a human, things like that. Again, experience, those older senior faculty members felt like they did have more of an impact. And then career influence was the same. Exposure, we classified that as the amount of students that you have, student athletes that you have had in your, or that you have in your classes. So the more exposure you have to student athletes, essentially. And so again, it was the same sort of thing here. So the more exposure you have, the more you say that you've had a bigger impact on their intellectual growth. Same thing with personal development and career influence. Now, some of the other things, like I said, they weren't significant, so we didn't really want to focus on them as much talking about it. Now, those faculty who reported familiarity with NIL policies did say that their interactions positively influenced student athletes' intellectual growth. It was just at a much smaller sort of strength level there. So it was a weaker one, but there was a little bit of, yes, I'm familiar with NIL policies, so I believe that I do have a little bit more of an impact on their intellectual growth. Looking at some of the other things we tested for, so faculty beliefs and trust. So what we were looking at here was whether faculty beliefs about student athletes and trust-related perceptions varied by faculty attributes. So again, we were looking at things like years of experience, percentage of appointment devoted to teaching, number of student athletes taught per semester, so that's that exposure one, familiarity with NIL and things like that. So overall, there were several trust and relational belief items that demonstrated significant and meaningful between group differences. But more general stereotype and institutional belief items showed smaller or non-significant effects. So when we look at some of the things on the screen here, so the adjusted expectations. So this was a question we asked. We said, I have adjusted my expectations of a student athlete's academic performance based on their academic involvement. And that showed statistically significant differences between groups, indicating that meaningful variability across faculty with different levels of experience and student athlete exposure. So what we're saying there is, again, that experience and that exposure were most tied to those adjusted expectations. Now, the next one, institutional support. I feel my institution provides the resources and guidance needed to help faculty support student athletes academically. Those were sort of small to moderate differences across the different faculty groups. And what we saw there was that the differences sort of related to one's teaching load. So again, your percentage of your job devoted to teaching, your years of experience, as well as your exposure to student athletes. And then when we start to look at some of the trust and campus climate items, that's where we started to see the bigger effects. So those are things like approachability, seeing faculty as allies, and campus respect perception. So the statement we said for that one in that third cell there was student athletes feel comfortable approaching me to discuss academic concerns. So faculty who taught more student athletes and had greater experience and were more familiar with NIL all said that they tended to agree that students felt comfortable coming to them. So again, it was those senior faculty who taught a lot of students who had some familiarity with NIL. Similarly, the same three categories, so those more senior faculty with more years who had taught more student athletes and were more familiar with NIL, also stated that they thought student athletes viewed faculty as allies in their educational success. And they also said that student athletes were respected members of the campus academic community. When we look at the mentoring engagement, for this one here, we were specifically sort of trying to examine predictors of faculty mentoring engagement and faculty attitudes towards student athletes. So when it comes to the mentoring engagement piece, what we see is that faculty experience, again, number of years, number of student athletes taught per semester, so that exposure piece, and familiarity with NIL policies all were significant predictors of mentoring engagement. So when we look at all these variables sort of together, again, it sort of shows that that experience and that exposure piece contribute to more substantive faculty-student-athlete interactions. And then when we look at the faculty attitudes predictors, what we see here is that the exposure to student athletes and the NIL familiarity were significant here. We didn't see it as much with the years of experience when it came down to predicting faculty attitudes, and also their teaching appointment percentage was not significant either. So again, what this is actually telling us is I spoke about that intergroup contact theory earlier, and this is sort of validating the results of that theory as well. So the more you interact with these people that are, you know, seemingly different from you, the more sort of you'll develop those deeper relationships and form those more positive ideas of them. Looking at some of the quotes we pulled from the open-ended questions, so we asked again about sort of what is contributing to these mental health challenges. These were the 4 major ones that popped. NIL, so faculty are recognizing, as we've talked about all day today, how challenging NIL can be. Yes, it can be a great thing for many student athletes. It provides you with another revenue stream. That's wonderful. But it does come with a lot of pressure, and faculty are recognizing that that does exist. Pressure to achieve financially in addition to athletically. Payment has resulted in a higher demand on performance, so all of those pressures come in. Then there's the social media aspect, and that also ties to the NIL, which is represented in that second quote. But then things like gambling has put athletes, especially female athletes, facing people sending them death threats through social media, DMs, all of that kind of stuff. And so it has become sort of a very toxic place, even though that is where, for a lot of your NIL work, is where you have to operate. And so what this is showing again is that faculty are recognizing these things. And so another thing that stuck out, again, we're a couple years out of the COVID-19 pandemic. We collected this data last year, but people were still commenting that this is still an issue, right? The pandemic made everyone's mental health worse, right? And sort of it changed the way we sort of see our lives, see work, all of those kinds of things. And so that sort of emerged as a theme here as well. The world seems to be getting more stressful. That is true, right? And so that is true for student athletes as it is for everybody else, right? And you have a number of other things on your plate to make things even more stressful. And then again, just recognizing that there's a general amount of stress on you all. That balance of personal, academic, and athletic requirements, too many demands. And so when we're talking about sort of the shifting narratives or attitudes that faculty seem to have, what we're seeing in this data, based on the quantitative and the qualitative work, is actually faculty tend to be having more positive, sort of empathetic views towards student athletes than you might think, or than maybe has happened in the past. We asked them specifically about what differences do you see in your student athletes due to NIL, the material wealth and appearance. So again, I've seen some athletes coming in Prada and Gucci, but they're still the same people, just with nicer clothes, right? So even sort of framing that in a bit more of a positive way. This next one, the amount of expensive cars near the athletes parking area, is certainly notable. Again, so there is an understanding that your lives are changing in some ways. You're now able to, work, right, while you're also being a student athlete, which really wasn't possible before. The academic impact. So high-profile student athletes may miss class due to NIL-related obligations. And so this is where we start to see a little bit of sort of the negative, maybe the negative sentiments of, sometimes your NIL responsibilities are then affecting your academic responsibilities. There is an understanding, though, that like that is the new reality, right? And so how do we sort of support and not sort of let it impact you academically? Transfer behavior as well was another significant theme when we looked at this data. Obviously, it's we have changes to the transfer portal. Since NIL, they're switching schools more often because they might want to get a better deal somewhere else. And so you might only have a student on campus for 1 or 2 years, which makes it very difficult to form these relationships and be able to support them long term. And then branding and social media, again, sort of more discussion about being an influencer and follower numbers. And, so understanding, again, the realities now of being a student athlete are more than just going to workouts and going to games, right? And so that you have all of these other responsibilities and expectations now. And then we asked them for their general thoughts about mentoring student athletes. And what we see is that when it comes to academic performance, many athletes could be A students, but they have to negotiate being a student, athlete, and just a human being all at once. So again, we are seeing this empathetic sort of tone from a lot of these responses. Athletes have very busy schedules. I don't know how they handle the travel, right? and so people also talking about, oh, I like this one down here, academic performance. They're just as capable as my other students, and I hold them to the same standards. So again, understanding that there are challenges, but understanding that most student athletes, again, want to work hard and they want to succeed, and they're happy to sort of have those challenges too. They're often some of the better students, very positive relationships. So again, what we're seeing is that, oh, and the individualized support piece as well is also important, because I like that last comment, one size does not fit all. And that's really important. We've talked a lot today about how all of you in this room are very different. You all have unique needs, backgrounds, desires, growth paths, all of those kinds of things. And so that is where, again, as faculty, we're taught, we can't necessarily, everybody in our room learns a different way. They, test in a different way, all of those kinds of things. And so we have to be aware of that even just in our classrooms. And we have to remember that when it comes down to sort of providing that individualized support and mentoring for everybody, but including our student athletes. So again, what we sort of found from all of this data is that there are some overall positive attitudes of faculty towards student athletes, and we feel like that has shifted from the past number of years. And there's also a feeling that faculty can play a strong role in helping student athletes succeed. And as the quantitative results sort of showed us, that can be dependent on factors like exposure, experience, and familiarity with these new things like NIL. So like I say, when we sort of talk about what we got from this, faculty generally do hold positive attitudes towards student athletes. They perceive themselves as having a meaningful influence on student development. But a lot of those, what we call mentoring interactions, are really informal and surface level still. So few faculty are taking that next step to engage in those deeper conversations, particularly related to career planning and personal development. And when I asked you all at the beginning, what do you think of as a mentor? A lot of those things sort of came out, right? Helping to show me their career. I go to them for help when I can't go to somebody else. That's the personal development piece. And so again, that's really where we need to be talking to faculty about how can you help do this. So we've identified that faculty exposure, again, the more you're exposed to student athletes, is a key mechanism shaping mentoring and perceptions. So again, all of those things there that we noted, teaching more student athletes, more teaching experience, familiarity with NIL policies, all of that leads to stronger mentoring engagement and those more positive perceptions. And that, again, aligns with that theory that we mentioned at the beginning. The other thing as well is that, and again, I mentioned this at the beginning when I was going through sort of the literature, which what has been found before, and we basically found a similar thing. It's not just about having student athletes in academic spaces, but having those deeper and sort of interactions that contribute to those stronger mentoring relationships. So we want to sort of go beyond the surface. So what we're doing here with our findings is that we're sort of showing that faculty attitudes for student athletes may be more positive than historically reported. And the primary gap here, it's not this negative bias that faculty have against student athletes. It's just one of limited depth in their mentoring engagement. So faculty seem to want to support student athletes, but might lack the structure, the training, and the opportunity to actually be those transformational mentors that you all need. So what can we do about this? This is the fun part, the implications part. And so I would challenge all of you athletic staff in the room, faculty in the room, to sort of think about how you yourselves can take this information and take it back to your universities and think about what we can do better. Universities should consider creating structured opportunities for faculty, student, athlete interaction beyond the classroom. And so again, what can we do better as administrators, as faculty, to make sure we're building those interactions? I'm an HR person, and so one of the things I think about is like new faculty orientation. When I got hired at UNT, I sat in a room for 2 days and had a number of people come across the stage and talk to me. The chief legal officer, the parking person, all these people. Why was there nobody from athletics there? Why was student athletic development not there, right? And so how can we incorporate that into our new faculty orientation sessions? Sort of have a workshop. Maybe we have student athletes, a panel like we just had here, right? Where we're sort of bringing those issues to the surface, and then again, maybe having an expert who can do a little bit of training on how you have those conversations. So there are things that we can be. We have professional development activities all the time. Oftentimes you're rewarded for those things. When you go to those, sometimes we can put them on our annual review packets or on our tenure packets. And so maybe we provide those opportunities to get more information about how we can successfully mentor student athletes. And again, that's not, we're not I'm not saying that should all be on athletics to sort of do that, but we can work in collaboration across campus to do that. So the structured opportunities could be really helpful. And again, the faculty development initiatives that increase familiarity with those student athlete experiences, again, that comes down to those trainings and things like that. And we all complain about too many trainings, I get it. But this is a training that actually can have impactful outcomes and rewards pretty quickly, right? Because we're only with you for like 4 years. And so if we get that proper training, we can see those outcomes. And I think somebody said today, you know, it's nothing is better for a teacher than when a student goes and is successful, right? I think Dr. Cho said that this morning, Marshall Cho said this morning, Coach Cho. And I'm just thinking about how, you know, building those relationships and having those interactions and then seeing a student go off, and whether it is they're going to go into the NBA or the WNBA or go on and be an amazing accountant with a Big Four firm, all of that should make us happy as faculty. And so, but we need to be more intentional about how we can do that on campus. And then again, recognizing and incentivizing faculty engagement with student athletes, particularly for those with limited prior exposure. That is something that is really important as well. And the fact that, again, for some people, they feel like, well, why am I doing this? What is the purpose of it, right? And so giving them that purpose and showing them that there's value in participating in these things can also be more helpful. Now, there are obviously some limitations. I'm talking about all these grand things we can do with this one data set of 373 people. So I understand, again, I'm not a quantitative scholar, but I know what that means. We can't necessarily talk about causal interpretation here. We had a cross-sectional design. Data were self-reported, so again, people could have sort of had that social desirability bias. They're like, what would they want me to say, right? And we've also just focused on our American conference, I think, which is great for us as for all of us in this room, and we can do a lot there, but thinking about it across institutional context, thinking about it across sort of division levels and all of that kind of stuff, there's so many more complexities when you start to get into the larger ecosystem of college sports that some of this might not necessarily align. So we do have to be aware of that. But again, this is a grant funded by the American Conference, so we want to try to give back to our institutions and help sort of us and help us as faculty, help you as student athletes. And so just to wrap up, again, it's less about changing faculty attitudes because they're actually pretty positive right now. It's more about deepening the engagement, right? So how can we have those stronger relationships? By fostering those more meaningful and sustained interactions, institutions can enhance mentoring relationships and better support both the academic and personal development of our student athletes. And so again, we know that faculty experience, exposure to student athletes, and NIL familiarity are more strongly related to trust and relational dynamics. So again, those are really, really important when in the mentoring relationships, those approachability perceptions and the faculty-student athlete allyship, than sort of any other attitudinal stereotypes. And so again, this idea that we just have to have that direct contact, we have to have that contextual familiarity, we have to educate faculty about things that they need to know about the college sports ecosystem, NIL, and all of those things in order to sort of bridge those gaps, bring people closer, and that will allow us to sort of form those more deeper substantive relationships that will hopefully benefit everybody in the end. Oh, and I finished with 3 minutes left. Perfect. Thought that was going to be tight. Does anybody have any questions or comments or thoughts on what we sort of found? Oh, yeah, back
there. Greg Michelle from UTSA. Great presentation. Thank you. Couple quick points. The recent goals study from 2025 surveyed student athletes, and one of the questions was about building a close relationship with a faculty member, at least one. And the number held steady from pre-pandemic to now. It's about 55, 60%, which isn't bad. Another point I'd make, particularly for the faculty and administrators in the room, is our campuses are increasingly relying on contingent faculty who don't have time, interest, or are not compensated for this type of mentorship work, and they're not going to do it. And I would probably imagine if you showed the numbers for mentoring of non-student athletes, it'd look very similar. So I don't know that it's a student athlete issue per se in that regard. And so part of the challenge for all of us is to find ways to involve those folks and get them to see, be part of the broader campus community.
Yeah. I think you make a good point about the, again, it's uncompensated work basically, right? And so, when we look at numbers of those who say they mentor a student versus mentoring a student athlete, again, probably similar. But again, I think there are some extra barriers for student athletes. Again, like they may miss class more, so they're just not present as frequently. You know, they might have to run after class directly to practice, so they can't stay after to chat, whereas another student could, right? And that's just another opportunity where those bonds could sort of be formed. So being able to find opportunities to sort of get around that. And again, in some of our larger institutions, I worked at small institutions where, you know, every faculty member was at the basketball. Like everybody was there and had that interaction too, was able to see them there. And then, you know, you go to these larger institutions that are much more spread out. People just sort of, you know, they come and go. They don't even work in their office anymore for the most part. Most of us are hybrid or remote. So we don't have that sort of same presence on campus. And so that can also create these challenges of sort of building those relationships. So there are so many factors that are impacting and creating these barriers to mentorship. But if we want to make it work, we can. It's going to take work, but everybody has to see it as valuable.
I'm Cal Christian, East Carolina University. Kind of following up another side from the faculty, though. Again, it takes the student to initiate it, right? It's hard for a faculty member to have a student athlete say, "Hey, do you want to come by and visit?" Right? And student athletes, how many times do y'all reach out to your professors? Did I say zero? Right? I mean, yeah, you know, a few do, but very seldom. So that's also the challenge is the student has to reach out first.
Yep. And it's a two-way street. 100%.
Yeah, because y'all would be surprised the faculty would be willing to meet and mentor and kind of help, but you've got to send them an email or say something, and students don't like that, and they never have. That's not something new.
To go kind of off of that, how do you, with the increase of online classes being offered now as well, student athletes are not given the same opportunities to be in class with their professors or see their professors face to face. How do you suppose we can adapt to continue building mentorships like that?
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously online classes present their own challenges. And, you know, I think about my online classes and I have weekly office hours and nobody shows up. And I get it, like it's Wednesday, 7 p.m., you know, people have other things going on. But I also think that for the most part, again, as faculty, again, I can only speak for myself here, but I think that most faculty would agree that, you know, like you just said, we're happy to help, right? And it's just about reaching out. And I think about, you know, in our professional association, like Dr. Taylor and Dr. Howe know about this, but, you know, we have a faculty student mentorship initiative for doctoral students and faculty. And what they've encouraged us to do is, yes, we meet every year at a conference, but they encourage us to connect online first. And so we'll have a Zoom meeting or two before we even meet in person. And so again, but the onus is on the student to initiate that. They're told, here is your mentor, and it's up to you to sort of contact them. And so for the most part, again, if you're a doctoral student who's going on to be a professor, you know, having a mentor is really valuable, but also as a student athlete who, again, who knows what your path is going to be, having a mentor is really helpful, and having an academic mentor in particular can be very helpful. So don't hesitate to reach out, because honestly, 99% of the time I would say, and you don't have to email them and say, will you be my mentor? Like you're saying, like, will you be my girlfriend or boyfriend? But it's like, hey, you know, I'm enjoying this class so far. Like, I'd love to chat to you a little bit more about, you know, this topic, or sort of like, you know, I'd love to learn more about how you got to where you are. Or you mentioned that you sort of worked in marketing before you got into teaching. Like, could we have a chat about that? Just a simple thing like that can initiate that first conversation. But that is so important in an online class, because again, we can provide opportunities for those connections, like having office hours, but it's up to you all to sort of reach out for that. So, but again, 99% of faculty, if you emailed a question like that, they'd be like, yeah, sure, like when is good for you? So.
We are at time, I'm afraid, so that's going to have to be the last question.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, everybody. We are about to take an athletics facilities tour, because actually, you know, the crazy weather, most of it's blown through. In fact, we might even get some sunshine, so fingers crossed. But before we do that, since this is kind of our this is kind of our last time here in the large group together before tomorrow morning. So I've got a list of things I need to run through just to make sure everybody is clear in terms of times and all the stuff. So when we're done here, we've got 2 buses outside. Both are going to be doing the facilities tour, and we're going to aim for those to depart at 3:45. Kylie and Sydney will be leading us on those tours, so good stuff there. We'll have a couple places we'll get off the buses, and the rest will drive by. Hang with me here. The tours are not coming back here. The buses are not coming back here. So pack up your stuff, bring it with you, because after the last stop on the tour, we're going to the hotel, and we're aiming to be to the hotel by about 5 o'clock. Student athletes, hang with me, folks. Student athletes, your bus to Chicken and Pickle is going to leave at 5:30. So that'll be kind of a quick turnaround, but the bus is going to leave at 5:30. The event at Chicken and Pickle is 6 to 9. The bus will bring you back to the hotel at 9 o'clock. Non-student athletes, we are on our own tonight. However, we have a bus that will take us to 2 destinations, Old Town and then the Wind Surge baseball game. And so that bus is going to leave at 6 o'clock. The bus for the non-student athletes, the only pickup for the return at 9 o'clock is in Old Town. So if you're at the baseball game, you need to either make your way back to Old Town. It's a little bit of a walk, but you can get there, or arrange for your own transportation to get back to the hotel. Now, tomorrow morning, breakfast is served at the hotel at 6:30. That's where you'll get breakfast. We will again have the buses departing at 8 o'clock. You will want to check out of the hotel before the bus departs to come here. You can store your luggage on the bus if you're going to the airport after the morning session. So make sure that you're checked out. The luggage will be secure on the bus. Our sessions will start by 8:30. We will end by 11:15 tomorrow. We'll have box lunches for those going back to the airport and a bus going to the airport at that point, but we're not going back to the hotel tomorrow after that bus leaves at 8 o'clock. That's a lot of information. There will be no quiz, but it's important that we've got it. So, are we good? Any questions? Are we clear? All right, let's pack it up and go for a tour. Thank you.